Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
How to do nothing. Gaming is a great way to do nothing with your mates. Best part is, you can pretend you're in the NBA. Even when you're in your stepdad's garage.
Cthulhu, we are locked in for the top four.
Oh yeah, we do get plenty of fun tonight, and honestly I'm quite excited to see.
Regular season over, it is all best of threes and best of fives here on out. We need to crown a champion.
Team 7.
Good luck to everyone in the playoffs. Yeah, it's definitely going to be like a fun time.
Drop, they're in! Straight through! Absolutely destroyed!
Underground Esports Club.
You know, we're here to prove everyone wrong.
3 seconds, he needs to relocate the free fire. Is it going to be good enough? Yes, it is!
Odium Esports Club.
If we want to just run at them, we can do whatever we want.
Yeah, but KJ finds the angle, so does Test, but it's Ed Pan. And Test done, and he's good.
Altered Zelios.
You can definitely expect to see us in the grand final.
As well. Right through the wall from Snip.
Tangible ground presence as well, ground floor. It could be a big issue. I see that. Silly for 2.
In a great spot for him as well. One Claymore Rainy, but it's too little too late. The Jiggle Peak, he's going to look for the kill. He gets the kill onto MML and Sube.
Rocat. Experience precision.
Tango in my sights.
Now it's time for New Belt Nitro Signal, and he fell for it. He's looking to give coverage for his teammate, right? Can he lock it down? Yes, he can, but the swing's in. Triple for Apple. Shack. No time. Pun has to swing in. Jordy's pulled off. He won it. Around.
Camera in position.
Get behind me!
Tango located.
Hostiles in sight!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is playoff time here in the Rocket LPL Pro Season 1 R6 competition. Cthulhu, we've got 4 teams, 2 matches played tonight, only 2 will be advancing into next week.
Yes, sir. Yeah, look, it is an exciting time. We started at 8 teams. Now, well, shortened it all up to 4 top teams that managed to blast through the group stage.
7 weeks ago, we started things off, well, 8 weeks ago now, technically, with 7 weeks best of 1 round robin. Grueling competition right up until the very last play day. It has led us there. We are in the playoffs, best of 3 this week, going into best of 5 next week for the grand finals. It is all come down to this. 2 teams will progress tonight for that spot in the grand finals, and only one of them could walk away with the big stack of cash at the end. A total prize pool of $3,000. First place gets $1,200, $900 per second, and 2 teams will be walking away tonight with only $450.
Yeah, look, plenty of incentive there to really rock it all out, and understandably so. Look, all of the teams want to gun for the top position, and all of them have the ability to do so. I mean, we've had some phenomenal upsets to happen from some of the teams that we barely even seen prior to LPL Pro.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a big competition. Speaking of big competitions, you guys at home can get yourselves involved as well. Make sure you tweet and you have the chance to win 2,400 R6 credits. Make sure you use the hashtag on your screen, tweeting at LPL_R6S, and tell us which operator you think would be the most fun at a party and why. And look, I have a theory. I do. I think I know who it would be.
Who would that be?
It's going to be Ying, candelas, strobe lights. It's all a party. It's atmospheric. I reckon that's my pick, if I'm being perfectly honest. But look, Cthulhu, hot off last week. It was a big setup coming into the playoffs, of course. We had some massive matches to close out the round robin stage. First up, Altered Celios, they did it again. They took down the Warriors in week 7. Massive stuff from them. And you saw it, Mackenzie, in the teaser at the start. He said, we are going to be one of the teams in the grand finals. After last week, I reckon that's a high possibility.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Look, Altered Celios, a team that initially started within LPL Pro, is more so kind of a team there for the memes, for the fun. They ended up transforming into an absolutely scary team to really play against. And it's a team that still, to this day, kind of ends up playing in a bit of a playstyle where they kind of playing like they have nothing to lose, really. And it's been a very formidable weapon for them to utilize.
I mean, they have been lethal, but so has Odium and Underground. Both of them took to the stage last week in our final match of the evening. Supremacist finding his forever home on Odium has looked good. These guys have looked sharp now that they're getting some decent practice and as a core 5. They took down Underground in a pretty significant way. It got closer than we maybe thought it would initially, but I mean, it's the final week. You don't want to be giving away too much.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, I mean, going into the second half of that Odium versus Underground, it was all Odium, and they managed to do it in an absolutely spectacular fashion, honestly.
Yeah, and I mean, it was concise gunplay, it was effective teamwork, efficient teamwork that allowed them to finally topple Underground coming into this and denying them that chance of jumping up the seeding coming into the final week. But we're here, Cthulhu. This is our semi-final bracket. Match 1 of the evening, Team 7 versus Underground Esports Club. Match 2, OCL versus former OCL. Now, you said that would probably be the match of the evening.
Yeah, look, Altered Celios versus Odium, could do and could bring the absolute sauciest plays, really, for the playoffs, given that, look, both teams kind of know how to play on that even ground, but obviously quite different play styles. Almost completely, actually. Between Team 7 and UG, it's just all kind of just showcase of the playstyle, showcase of their prowess and the skill and the mechanical prowess as well on top of it all. So I'm keen for both, as a matter of fact.
You know what else I'm keen for? We actually had a sit down and a chat with all 4 teams coming into this playoff bracket. Now, look, they gave us the rundown. They gave us the insight into how things are going for them leading into the semi-finals. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Honestly, this team hasn't been around for that long, if we're being completely honest with ourselves. It was kind of formed as a ranked stack, and one day we had the brilliant idea of, hey, we should try it for LPL Pro, and I guess lo and behold, we made it in. Some people not really believing in our, talent, but, we're here to prove everyone wrong.
We haven't been together for a while. It's been a pretty short amount of time. I think it's been maybe 2 months. Like this current combination of players, maybe if not a month. So I think it definitely helps that we're already confident the fact that we can win all our games. So then we have that more relaxed environment. If someone makes a mistake or something, it's not really like we're not bringing down the iron hammer on them. It's just like whatever, go next round.
We've been a core 4 now for maybe 4 months, and then we've just picked up a new player, Supremacist, which we've had now for probably about a week and a half, 2 weeks. So pretty new, pretty fresh roster, but yeah, there was definitely a learning curve when we came in for sure. I was a lot fresher. The core 3 players, Ed, Penn, Sawyer, Twent, they've been together for quite a while now. They've had a lot of success as a 3-man core roster, and they've kind of just taught new players and brought them up. But I think now we're clicking very well, and everything's new. Supremacist has come in and he's learning pretty quick, which is good.
Well, obviously, me joining partway through the season kind of brought back the old AZ roster that did the Stage 3 quals last year into the Oceania Challenger League. It's awesome being back. We're all a good group of mates, and we play a lot of time together, so coming back and playing with them, it's kind of familiar in a sense, so playing with them makes it a lot easier to play.
I think that sometimes the team can get a little bit tilted when things aren't going their way, but it's something that we're improving on. I mean, if we're being really honest, our team is pretty much like a ranked stack.
I'd say as a team, we are a little bit sort of on and off right now because we don't really have that much comp experience together. But I think especially last week against Odium, that was probably one of our best games. And as we grow together as a team and learn new strats together and learn how to play off each other properly, we'll be pretty insane.
The core of our team is a ranked stack, so that tilt factor will be there, but we're working on it and it's getting better.
At the start, not gonna lie, I feel like we're gonna steamroll everyone, but obviously the first couple of matches was a bit rough, because I mean Khan and Clutchy came from Valorant, so definitely a bit of a learning curve there, but they're not bad players, just not really used to this comp environment. When Worm and I stepped in, we kind of like knew how the game was played, so kind of fill in the gaps a little bit.
Yeah, I think objectively Odium is probably the best team in the league. They're coming from Oceania. Altered Zelos surprised me, especially when they beat us. They like that banana guy played really well. I didn't know he was that good. Underground was also pretty surprising because I had never heard of any of their players prior to playing against them in this tournament, and they've done pretty well. So they were probably the most surprising roster.
Our games have always been quite chaotic and quite unpredictable, but apart from the ODM game, which is the one we took a big loss on, and then there was the Cafe game against the Kings, which we didn't have anyone playing. We had a bare bones sort of roster. We've actually had a lot of strong wins, so we're looking quite confident going into playoffs.
Altered Zelios kind of only like to play without structure. They play without an idea. They go into each round and they attempt to play it like it's a ranked game, or they attempt to, they don't like to think about what a different way to approach a defense is or what a different way to respond to an attack is. They kind of they go, okay, they're pushing here, let's run at them. And for that reason, Altered Zelios do win games for sure. That's why they're at the place they are in LPL.
Oh, well, obviously Odium is the one team that gave us a good beat, and they're obviously a bunch great OCN team, obviously a bunch of awesome players. So it's going to be a tough one, but honestly, if we play our cards right, I think we can give them a good sweeping, hopefully.
I think my opinion is Team 7 is the best team in LPL at the moment. Very talented individual players. And for that reason, I mean, Team 7 play the exact same as Underground do. They play the exact same as Altered Zelios does. They just do it better.
Just gotta play a game, if we show up on the day, should be fine. If I don't drop a donut, should be all goods. Try to hit my shots, not worry about Phoenix Room or Sealy whatsoever, just mainly on myself. As long as none of us bot out, we should be fine, yeah.
Altered Zelios, honestly, that's a team of friends, and if we're being serious, that can be extremely dangerous when they have the team communications and the energy flowing.
On the last round, it was, we basically threw like a 1v4, but at the end, Clutching went through a rotate through Mem, got stuck in the rotate. Campo tried to go res like a 2v1. Clutching had dropped the kit, so when he tries the res, he picks up kit, can't res Clutching bleeds out, Campo gets shot while resing, and we lose the game. Had that round not gone like that, is up in the air, but that round loss was pretty... At the time, we were pretty tilted about that, because we lost the round to someone not being able to res and another person getting stuck in a rotate. I mean, you can't count Altered Zelios out, but I think realistically, especially now that Odium's playing with their proper new 5 core with Supreme, they'll win. It's just not. I don't think it's likely that Altered Zelios will win.
So for the finals, I'm kind of expecting the Team 7 boys to go up over the Underground boys. The Team 7 guys are just some of the sharpest players in the region, so I wouldn't expect anything less from them.
High praise across the board, some of the sharpest players in the region from Team 7. You can't count out Altered Zelios at any point. There is a lot coming into this semi-finals, and every team is capable of taking it. The dark horse, arguably, would have to be Underground Esports.
Oh, yeah. Underground kind of took... Well, not kind of. They did take LPL Pro by storm, and that was absolutely a stunning performance from them. Albeit, later down the line, a couple of teams did end up figuring them out, but regardless of that, they still managed to put up quite a show.
And getting into tonight's matches, of course, it is exciting. It is going to be electric. Team 7 versus Underground Esports Club first. The T3 Demons going at it. The knowns versus the unknowns, as it were, coming out of that competition.
Yeah,
Match 2, obviously, Odium versus Altered Zelios. The team that has been structured, that has dominated the Nationals, and Altered Zelios, who have come into this competition and made it their own. So this is going to be an electric night.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Both of the matchups, rather, they have been showing just great promise. And I mean, each and one of those teams that did manage to make it into the playoffs have absolutely all rights and all the chances to really make it into the top two, the grand final, the big one.
Well, let's not waste any more time. Let's get into it. Match 1 of the evening. Up first, it is Team 7 coming in. Campo, Phoenix, Sealy, UZTM, and WIM. Freshly having been picked up by Vertex Esports. He's got that Nationals experience. He will have been practicing with it. He is going to be bringing that experience in.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, I'm curious to see how will Team 7 be able to finally bring out all the guns, all the big plays. Just in general, look, a team that has been formed out of, well, quite a few players coming from different games and different disciplines before, has managed to show plenty amount of promise. And I mean, the introduction of User and Worminator definitely did finally kind of add that last bit of the puzzle into the whole picture that was Team 7. And yeah, look, they managed to absolutely take everyone else by storm.
And mechanically, one of the best teams in this competition. As Mackenzie said, some of the best players in our region. They are nothing but talent. And unfortunately, that tends to mean that one's going to go here, one's going to go there. They are, I mean, guaranteed, as soon as these guys hit 18, they are being picked up to the Nationals League. They have spots waiting for them as soon as they hit that 18 mark. Maybe not Campo, he's already done that dash. He's the one.
He'll come back.
He's ushering in the new era of competition. But I mean, Worm, his last hurrah with the team, how would it be to end it with a grand final victory?
I mean, one hell of a way to conclude that whole run for LPL Pro. But yeah, look, Team 7 certainly have the possibilities. On the other hand, though, the opponents, the Underground, the team that not a whole lot of people really knew about, not a whole lot of people heard about. And look, I think it kind of ended up initially playing into their favor. The Dark Horse material, the Dark Horse potential has been rather big, rather scrumptious, and it certainly managed to acquire them quite a few wins.
Let's have a look at them, shall we? Let's get on into Underground Esports Club. Yeah, the Dark Horses in this competition, they started with a hiss and a roar. They sort of petered off towards the middle portion of the stage. So, you know, teams started to figure them out, but they are young gunners. They are capable. You got Majestic, MML, Zuve, Eraser, and JPK. MML, one of the best anchors in this competition. You pair that with the likes of Eraser, one of the best entries on the Zofia, consistently hunting, hungry for kills. These guys could do a lot of damage tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at the highlights as well, we will be frequently seeing Eraser, JPK popping up on the kill feed as well. And yeah, honestly, it's a team that just needs a little bit of an extra work on the mental, on the structure, and they could be an absolutely deadly team going into Challenger League, going into the Nationals. So there's plenty of opportunities there waiting for them once they do manage to hit the age and get to the qualifiers. But certainly still quite a few things to work on, but a diamond in the rough, let's just call it that.
Yeah, unfortunately they just missed out on qualifying for Challenger League just in this last qualifiers that was held last weekend, of course. But they've got time now. They've got nothing but time. In fact, they're going to have to wait until next year before they get their chance to re-qualify back into things. But they're capable, they're young, they're hungry. They want to prove themselves in LPL Pro. They've done that, but they need to go one step further tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. One more ride here to try to make it work. All or nothing in the BO3, and well, if they do end up winning it out, they are in for the contention for the first place, which is going to be quite an interesting turnout, given that, well, Team 7 historically ended up beating them on in the BO1 format, but BO3 could definitely be turned around rather quickly.
Yeah, it's an entirely different beast. But let's look at the players that we want to keep an eye on tonight. The head-to-head matchup, of course, it is Phoenix and Eraser, two amazingly gifted entries when it comes to, I think the scale tips just a little bit more Phoenix's side. He's made a name for himself in the region. You say Phoenix, you know exactly who you're talking about. This incredibly gifted underage gamer who, I mean, look, you would not want to run into him in rank.
I mean, yeah, and as pointed out by Yuzu as well during our piece of video content, he was the one that initially came from a completely different game and ended up just absolutely fiending with Siege once he got down pat with all the game sense, all the game mechanics, and absolutely, yeah, look, the man is an absolute gamer, and honestly, on both ends, I reckon both very gifted gunners. And I think, yeah, this very BO3 is very much going to go down to just fragging power.
Well, let's get on into the map videos and see where we're going to be playing out. Map 1, of course, we see a lot of the fun maps banned out early. We get Cafe, Clubhouse, and Villa to close it. And if I remember correctly, Villa is one of Underground Esports' go-to bans.
Believe so. Actually, quick check on Wikipedia. I believe they played out in the first week. They played out the Villa, which would have been their game against 1620 Kings, and pardon me, that was on Clubhouse against them. But honestly, yeah, look, Villa is one of those maps that, yeah, they would want to probably for the most of it avoid it. Understandably so, they did actually ban out Chalet as well, which was one of the maps where Team 7 taken them down and started their technically loss streak to a certain degree. So look, fair enough on majority of those map picks. So I'm very much kind of keen to see what could be sorted by both of them.
Well, we could have a quick look and see how much of Villa was played by the Underground at the moment. But it's Team 7 first, of course. Look, not a lot of the newest stuff. We haven't seen Bank or Border from them. We haven't seen Clubhouse or Skyscrapers. I mean, Clubhouse, though, that's a bit nuts. I mean, the fact that we haven't seen a Clubhouse at a Team 7 to date seems a bit odd, given its propensity in the ANZ region.
Yeah, look, it's one of those rare occasions, and certainly does play quite well into Team 7's whole storyline, given just how prevalent that map is within the competitive meta. But honestly, I'm kind of keen, quite happy to see that it's either all or nothing for Team 7's map picks. They either just all 100% win rate, albeit only played once, or it's just absolutely nothing.
Well, let's have a look at Undergrounds as well and see just how, the season played out for them as well. Bank and Border, we didn't see any of it. Neither did we see Cafe, and no Villa. So this would be the first Villa match and first Cafe that we are seeing out of Underground. They are, though, undefeated on Clubhouse. They've picked up 2 wins on it so far this season, and that given that we are going to be heading there, that could play into their hands.
Yeah. This could definitely start them off really nicely on the initial momentum, which would be rather big, and something that they would need to be very mindful of, where they would require to just keep themselves all sorted on the mental, because now that we had Lumi as well kind of allude to it, the tilt factor has been a rather big talking point for UG, so that's something that they will need to be very mindful of. Plus, I believe the BO3 format has been not as frequent appearance in their line of competition prior to LPL Pro, so this could be also kind of treated as a bit of an endurance run for them.
Well, let's begin the run, shall we? Let's get into it. Cafe Dostoevsky, the first map of the semi-finals. Let's kick it off, Cthulhu. This map we've seen a couple of times throughout the seasons. At one, you need to play the vertical game. You need to be looking for those aggressive angles on the defense. You want to get up in the face of the attackers, because if you let them take key ground inside this map, you are going to be in trouble.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we've seen Cafe even from Team 7, the team that was able to almost magically on a number of occasions just pull out the win from under the hands of their opponents. And well, against Underground, this could be a rather curious matchup, to say the very least. Curious about the bans, though, because we've seen for the majority of it relatively standardized Thatcher, something across the lines of maybe occasional Jackal to be banned out, Flores as well. Thatcher already being the first ban, understandably so. Well, the operator is still pretty prevalent, pretty strong in the current meta.
Yeah, and look, you know what else is strong? The fan base. You got to shout out the fan base. I hear Team 7, they've got their own watch party going on. So cheers, everyone, out in the Team 7 universe. Enjoy the watch party. Have yourself some fun, and maybe, just maybe, you guys will pick up the victory. Unfortunately, we can't line it up that way. But Cthulhu, I saw something just now in chat. Phoenix.kra. Kraken Esports. The newest Nationals team. If that is true, if he is being picked up by Kraken Esports, they could be one of the deadliest teams in that competition.
Oh yeah, that could be rather spicy. Quite curious to see or rather how well will Kraken
speculation, of course. It could be a completely different KRA, but if it looks like a tomato, tastes like a tomato, and smells like a tomato,
maybe cracked esports.
Could be cracked. Could be
cracked esports.
But yeah, if it looks, smells, and tastes like a tomato, chances are it's a tomato.
That is in fact correct. Curious that we didn't get to see a Flores ban here, given that how prevalent he was during the group stage. With him not in the ban phase does kind of allow a little bit more flexibility for the attackers. They will be straight away already picked by Majestic. Usually a person that generally wouldn't see on this kind of utility-heavy operator, but I mean, the AR-33 is still a decently good pretty powerful weapon.
I mean, it's worth remembering he is coming in to replace Pinku, who was the ace player for the team. He was the the hard support on the attack. He was still quite capable when it came to fragging, but he now has to fill that role. So of course you're going to chuck him on what you need to. JPK this time he's not going to be bringing the thinker. He's going to be the one playing the ace. So Majestic will be bringing out the Flores. We aren't seeing a mute though. We aren't seeing mute. We aren't seeing Mozzie on the side of the defense. So those Rotero drones are going to have to be either impacted out or shot out to deny that ability to clear defensive utility. Oh no! Oh, Phoenix! I thought he was going to go for it there.
Oh man, we've seen Cafe during the group stage in a very odd way. I mean, we got to see, I believe, Warriors get absolutely picked apart on a number of occasions.
I believe the scientific term is spanked.
Yes. Exactly that. Eliminator is attempting to do that very case, albeit a rather an ambitious swing, but regardless decides to opt out of it. So far, I mean, I'm looking at the lineup of Team 7. An introduction of the Warden is a pretty good one, given that on the top floor, with the sheer occasional abundance of smokes and flashbangs, the Warden would do quite a good job, especially once the new season will arrive and the new operator will drop as well.
Imagine no more quarantine on operators. To be fair, the last few that have been released have been in a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
I mean, his army not that crazy overpowered. Yes, she sets
I mean,
up some
she's
insane
still
angles.
pretty strong with 4 of her kunai, but you do make a point. Yes, she is very much a much more balanced operator than comparative to the initial release of somebody like Ella, who was basically an 18 Warthog.
Or Clash, who could use her pistol behind the shield.
Wait, that was the thing?
That was the thing. You could shoot out the front of your shield for a while. That was why she was disabled in comp play for like 6 months.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. Sorry.
No.
Yeah. Speaking about shooting out, well, Eraser just got shot out from the skylight by user TM in a very nice, very snappy fashion. So as it stands, so far so good, but a good clearance of the utility and minusing out the ballistic shield, making Freezer rather a bit more difficult to counter. And oh, wait a minute, it's just getting a little bit too distracted by it all.
But I mean, already 2 picks found by user TM, 2 of the most influential operators on this attack, not just the thinker but the sledge as well. Majestic in a bit of trouble. He's being threatened. User might even go for a third here. Sealy looking for the long-range threat onto MML. Just look at the damage across the board. Sealy, he's forced off Pixel for the moment, but User's still tucked in there close, looking for the cheeky little angle as soon as someone ducks out. But for now, I mean, look, underground, they're going to try and do what they can to recoup.
I mean, they still have plenty of utility. They still have 2 of the frag grenades. I was about to say 2 more flashbangs, but Phoenix made sure that those flashbangs won't be used in any shape or form. MML does get a refrag onto the Phoenix, so this is so far still very much workable. 2v3 with 35 seconds remaining, and Sealy just taps away at MML's life, leaving all down to JPK. The AK-12, and the pre-fire is just too good from User.
It's an MPX, but you still hold down mouse 1. It still works. Especially if you stick your head right back out into the line of fire. A great round 1 to kick things off. Worm's having a munch. He's having a cheeky feed mid-match. In the middle of the first round of your semi-finals, confidence is key. But, I mean, with a round like that, how can you not be?
I mean, yeah, that's... Basically, so far, it's been a perfect read from Team 7 on where the push might come from, who and where to put and to prepare. So it's been pretty clinical. Apart from a couple of hiccups, frags-wise, even then, it was all very much part of the plan. Understandably so. Underground wouldn't be particularly ecstatic about the beginning of the round, but my question so far, so say Team 7 goes in for quite a streak of the rounds, say wins out map 1 in fashion of, say, speculate 7-3 or 7-2, something of a dominant scoreline. How trained are UG in recovering their mental going into map 2? Because we've been talking about the the tilt factor. Lumi confirmed the tilt factor that it occasionally happens, but we also did see them kind of pull a huge comeback, say going into either overtime or going into a bit of a tech pause or a rehost, where they get a chance to really talk about it. And so certainly. At least that sort of aspect should be worth mentioning as well for them.
But the unfortunate nature being that was a best of 1. It's 1 and done. If you lose, the tilt doesn't carry over. In a best of 3, tilt carries over between maps. So there is every possibility that defeat.
It's like a tick damage kind of
basically.
Kind of thing, like a debuff.
Damage over time, debuff, the Rainbow Six menace that it is. But I mean, yeah, that is something that UG and Lumi as the coach need to be very wary of, because if they tilt themselves at the end of map 1, going into map 2. Doesn't matter if it's their map pick. Doesn't matter if they're feeling confident on it. Tilt's there, it's going to throw you off.
Well, all of that has been so far just theory ground. Quick, cheeky, and snappy drop so far by Underground to get into the building. No contention from Team 7, which does kind of pose a little bit of a question mark, given that we've seen a fair bit of roam game from them. But given the lineup, given the setup that they have been so far, well, presenting to us, it seems only Phoenix and Campo are ready to go for these kind of engagements. But even then, a late attempt to retake second floor could be a bit so-so. I say that uses C4 reaches Eraser, a very high impact player for UG.
Eraser after round 1 says, you know what, we'll pick the buck, just a little bit more security than the sledge, doesn't matter. Already taken out of the equation, and 2 rounds in a row now we are going to see User pick up the opening kill. Phoenix in VIP, does he know there's someone pushing up from the door? No, he doesn't. Majestic's just going to walk in, frag him out. Almost catches a second for his efforts as he walks into Whiskey, but for now, the 4 versus 4 heading rapidly towards that final minute.
Good swing by Majestic, actually good timing on the play, on the push. Oh, Sealy, very courageous play. In comes the swing, no presence at all. Re-swinging and trying to back away. Oh my lord. Manages to somehow just dodge all of it, and oh man.
User team currently sitting with 2 pocket mute jammers against the Rotero. That's not ideal in the situation. Another one deep into the site. Pixel spotted there, I believe, of JPK deep towards VIP door. Campo can't quite connect, but Worm can. Sealy for a second. They're just stringing them together now. It looks clean, it looks crisp. We head into the final 30 here. Cthulhu, they'll lose one. Campo unfortunately losing out eventually to JPK and that long angle, and MML as well. Now crawling his way to the kitchen. Double might just find the flank that blows this round wide open for the team, but pulls off as JPK dies. Looks for the nade, but it's too little too late. The swing, Sealy, he's not done yet. He closed the round out. That's 2 in a row for Team 7.
Sharp. Sharp is the start so far for Team 7. Very quick and snappy on their plays. Not overextending, not going too far, just doing just about enough for the beginning of the map. And they know that, well, it's going to be possibly a long run, so they can't really exhaust all of their plays, all of their secrets, I suppose, even in the first set of rounds, in the first map as well. So far, nice and snappy.
Attackers need to locate
Reading room fireplace, as you'd expect, going into the 3rd round. This is one of those sites that can get a bit dicey, obviously. If you're not playing that concise vertical presence, you want to be up on the 3rd floor, you want to be stopping that top-down clear. You don't. The last thing you want to let is a sledge or a buck get into position to start opening that floor up. If they can contest that, if they can hold on to it, even if they can just waste time before they have to commit to the pullback, this could be a 3rd round for Team 7.
Absolutely. Even more reachable floor here for User 2, but all the C4s around. And well, this time, Wominator actually yoinking the Warden off User. So not a bad idea per se, but as it stands here, Team 7 so far has been pretty solid on their play, given that I believe they were the ones that didn't really show us, or was it UG? UG didn't show us the cafe.
No.
Yeah. So far so good, and maybe, well, the reasoning why there was no User. No, you can't do this to people like this. Runout is there, actually doesn't even cop any sort of damage, given that there was actually 1 person around the market.
Let's be honest, he's no Phoenix. He's not going to go out and get a double on the Oryx there, but look, you got to respect the attempt. That's what this map is about. You can get away with those aggressive plays. You can look to do damage before your opponents can even contemplate getting on top of the roof of the building that you're playing on. So I'm expecting more of it in this half.
Most certainly. So far, a bit of a crumble for the Storm. As the initial aggression kind of subsided there for a brief moment. Underground looking to make an entry yet again. This time MML pushing in. The F2 is there once again. Campo pitches in. He's now also the wielder of the C4, and he managed to use it very efficiently.
I'm 90% sure that was a pre-place because there was a camera there, and they just pinged the cam out as MML bit the dust. Ooh. They will answer back with a kill on Sealy, courtesy of Zube and his frag grenades. Worm loses out to Majestic off that re-attempt with the help of the nano boost. Campo might try his hand at it in a moment too. Will be pulled off for the moment, but he backs himself out of danger. Doesn't want to commit to the fight just yet.
Given that Finka was able to survive the initial kind of gauntlet, I suppose, from Team 7, Zuve might just be able to keep on boosting his team, and well, we've seen that initial kind of boost to help Majestic to stay in the gunfight, as he was able to get the better of Eliminator. But so far, so good. Yeah, Underground are doing pretty well as it stands, albeit not really capturing and capitalizing on the advancement. No, Campo just doesn't want to overextend a little bit too far. With a minute to go, though, UG might start running out of the possibilities and ideas. I say that, though, still should be a buffer enough for one more try.
Eraser with a kill onto user Campo as well. Dropped by Majestics, but it's Phoenix the last alive, and he is such a dynamic player in this team. Will find the first that he needs of the four remaining to kill out the round and pick it up for himself. Plant going down courtesy of JPK in on the site. Player watching close right. Does he have any idea? No! And the Skeleton Key will book Underground's first round here on Cafe.
That was a double for Eraser with the Skeleton Key. His previous victim as well fell to the underbarrel shotgun. And what a way to get on the board for Underground, and it was a pretty well-organized push, so gotta give him kudos for that, despite losing initially that first player. The rest of the plays certainly worked out quite well, so far so good. Only 1 point differential between the two rosters, which does mean that, well, they're far from being out of this yet, given that we only just got to see only just 3 rounds. The indication generally has been kind of speaking that we might be seeing quite a prolonged series with quite a number of rounds, maybe even a couple of maps going back and forth. So UG definitely have quite a fair bit of a response against Team 7. Now that they have managed to experience their playstyle, they got some VOD material to look at as well, so it's a much more prepared kind of venture.
Campo with the last minute pick onto the pulse, and with that being in play alongside the Valkyrie, I'm anticipating a little bit of aggression, especially on the likes of those hatches. So Team 7 might find a couple of early kills around those nitro cells. Underground, they need to drone this out. They need to be playing very carefully on this initial push, especially once they get up to the roof. And or Phoenix, he might go for that tree run out. No, unfortunately, he's okay, he's just baiting me out, looking for the info, just flicking cams, goes for the run. No one there, unfortunately. So missed opportunity, but he's still looking for it.
Still looking for it. I mean, understandably so, Phoenix has been able to find quite a number of frags on the outside. JPK does not get to live for long. That's a drop diffuser as well there, so a good, clean opener. And Eliminator just, yeah, look, he is living it. He is loving it at the moment. Whereas for JPK, look, not as fun.
Yeah, look, unfortunate as it is, Campo might be looking for something of his own, but no one there. Will be spotted at the last moment. There's a player just close right to him. It is MML on the Nomad, so nothing gained just yet, but at the same time, nothing lost.
Oh, man. So far, a bit of a unfortunate run for UG. Every single round, they would lose someone on the approach to the building. Surely by round 4, well, they would have been already ready to kind of pre-aim everything, given that Team 7 are a team that doesn't really back away from their contents and from their ways, and understandably so. So far, it's been well rewarding them with Underground thinking, well, surely they do this. They don't do this for 4th time.
Yeah, they wouldn't do it again.
Surely they wouldn't do it again.
They'll do it again. Right now, 5 versus 4, Team 7 largely unmoved when it comes to the push and pressure that's coming from Underground. Last for Terra is gone from Majestics, so they are limited in what utility they can now clear. Use a deepen, freeze, spots the player towards the cigar door, goes for a couple of shots but not connecting them. They have a very solid idea of where these players are. The bomb carrier again dropped. User will be the unfortunate sacrifice. Phoenix out punted out the door by the air jab. Alive for now, but they have eyes on the diffuser. The jump out! The kill is not there for Worm. He bites off too much. 3 versus 3.
Oh, Campo could do a lot of great work. Does get the drop. That's a frag. That's the diffuser control as well. And has a view over the Christmas tree. Zuve, though, has a drop possibly onto the pulse himself, which would be rather ironic given that he just managed to find himself a frag off a similar flank. No knowledge at all, but the LMG is just a little bit better than the UMP-45.
2 boosts in play as we head to the final 20. MML's going to jump himself in, but it's Sealy and Phoenix, the 2 most cracked gunners on this roster. Sealy knows there's one on the new belt, on the cocktail belt rather. Wants to go for shots. MML dropped by Sealy. The re-aggression not working. Phoenix tagged and dropped by Zube. 7 seconds. All you have to do is play for time. Zube has to go for the plant. Sealy could look to force. He's too far away to actually deny. The ping's coming out. He's got the info. Impact deep. Is it going to be enough? No! He will find the kill, though, regardless. Impact's not needed. He's not a Pokemon master, but he's sure a hell of a gunner.
Absolutely. Look, Sealy once again, day in and day out, is able to just impress us on the regular. The man is an absolute machine, and so far just continues that run, continues that legend for himself and Team 7. Now scoring themselves a nice cheeky 3rd point. So far, so good. Cafe has been a very thorough run, but oh boy, Panda, the Oryx is out.
Oryx for Phoenix once again. Last time he was on it, last time he was on this map, on that specific operator as well. What was it? Straight up the 2nd floor, red window for 2 before he died. So yeah, underground, you're gonna have to be a little bit careful on this one.
Ay. Look, it would be rather interesting to see if he will be able to do that very case, because that is going to be 5th round in a row that underground, if they don't prepare for this kind of run out, they will be punished probably even more severely.
Yeah, and I mean, Team 7, they're starting to come into their own. They're starting to feel themselves. The confidence is obviously flowing. They're up 3-1 currently, and the audacity, the boldness, so to speak, is just showing more and more each round, of course. And with that pick for Phoenix, obviously Campo may have thrown a camera direct line inside of a drone. We won't know, unfortunately. But bit of answer in chat. You love to see it. Right now, Worm is looking for another spawn peak. He's got Campo there as well. The dual MPX spawn peak might even be a jump out attempt. It is going to be no Worm, unfortunately, Chief. That is not the play. Somehow he's going to get himself in unscathed. And that is a big opportunity missed by Underground.
I'm surprised that Worminator is able to just get out of those positions that quickly without any sort of harm.
The 2nd floor window wasn't even prepped. The 1st floor window wasn't even prepped. So he was outside for the long haul.
Oh, jeez. Okay, well, at least he's able to continue the game, but my God, it's getting even more and more creative by every round. And well, Rez already gets a bit of a tag, but nothing that the finger boost will be able to negate. And Campbell being able to bail out. The Wominator, yeah, this time he catches these hands quite thoroughly and quite firmly, courtesy of Zuve. So Team 7 this time won't be able to punish. Actually, as a matter of fact, I believe this is the first time we do get to see Underground actually fire the first blood in the beginning of the round. So I suppose that's a good beginning for Eugene.
Yeah, unfortunately, Worm forgetting about the white window, getting punished, which and quite a common boost as well, mind you. But the call is made. They all retreat back down towards the site. They will be hunkering down, looking for resist user with another attempt at the Nitro Cell. Unfortunately, this one does not connect, so he won't be taking a Razor out, who will keep pumping away at this floor with a skeleton.
Still, C4 could have been present, but instead it's just the bullets that will have to do. Unity and does get the better of MML. That's a really good soft breacher out of the equation. Although there's still a Razor that is ready to frag out Campo on the flank. No flank drones on the top floor, at least yet spotted by us, meaning that there could be a great possibility that Campo could be, well, left unseen on his nice cheeky flank. Majestic as well has an inkling that there may be somebody up top floor. The live drone plus IQ could be big, but Campo just gets away from the absolute line of sight of Majestic. So this is a bit of a, almost like a bit of a rat race actually going on, but I believe Campo has been spotted well and truly, but no, Majestic.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
So he drops and JPK on the flank.
They've already lost one, they've lost two. Was the investment really worth it with 20 seconds remaining? The two players were so invested in clearing out Campo on the roam. It has worked spectacularly. They lose user, but with 12 seconds left in the diffuser, who knows where? Phoenix covering, they find the kill. A massive misplay there from Underground Esports.
Indeed it was. Yeah, look, I mean, I gotta commend them for trying to, you know, dedicate a whole lot of extra manpower for the flank wash, I guess, or a flank
The
hunt.
wild thing is, it was a Valkyrie and not an Oryx that was drawing all the attention up on the second floor.
But here's the cool thing as well. The moment the hatch did get popped, Phoenix had a perfect rotation spot, which he used perfectly to rotate him to the second floor. So I gotta say, so far, I'm liking the fact that we've gotten to see a complete switch in the playstyles for Team 7. Because if you remember, the kitchen hall, completely full anchor playstyle, with Phoenix only at, I believe, once the actual push into the building has been already done by UG, he was starting to, you know, act around the white stairs. But even then, he was only at the bottom of it. Here, we've seen a complete 180. Yes, initial hole, and then going in for just roam around the whole building, which allowed so far Team 7 to stay unpredictable as they are. Surely this time, Womenator will have a prepped second floor window.
I
Surely.
highly doubt it.
5 seconds to go.
Look, he lives in the moment. Why would you think 2 steps ahead? Because those 2 steps could cause you to trip over and stumble on the cams looking for info. No one there, no one wanting to present themselves. Spots the 2 players, I believe it was 2 players looking to come front of the building. MML going to be tagged, punished just a little bit, courtesy of Phoenix, I believe. Jump out and he's done it! Worm from downtown drops MML.
MML is just molding at this point with the sheer amount of runouts. I mean, understandably, the sheer amount of disrespect that there is from this, but still, and if Phoenix wants to contest the hatch, my goodness, the man has quite some confidence in his play.
Yeah, JPK done as well, courtesy of Worms Nitro Cell for the 2 and somehow Phoenix is alive and out of danger here. The last round of the half is definitely showing itself to be a very, very exciting one. Yeah, Suve might be next, but no, Phoenix, he's done his dash. He's gone for his aggressive plays. He's not going to risk it yet again, but look at that. Sealy up on the cocktail belt, sees the camera be shot at. Do they have any info? Majestic might be in danger. Does he know the pre-fire's there? Will win it out against Sealy, unfortunately, for Team 7. But, again, still time wasted.
That was a good bait, though, by Majestic, just pre-firing the position just to even get some sort of reactive play, and that perfectly works out for him. Scoring the frag onto Womenator as well, who tried to go for a little bit, maybe too cheeky of a play around the corner. Particularly really net him a whole lot of progression, but it's still a 3v3, but Phoenix tagged up to basically barely any HP rather. And that would mean some problems going into some more of, you know, major gunfights.
A lot of info utility being cleared out here, and that's all of Majestic's shock drones gone. That could prove detrimental going into the final minute. Yes, 3 versus 3. Yes, Phoenix is tagged, but again, we've seen time and time again that health is not necessarily the deciding factor in this matchup, where a headshot is all the difference.
Oh yeah, absolutely. One-shot headshot is basically enforced upon everyone. Well, understandable that Phoenix, a player who has been quite mechanically gifted, would be able to score himself some sort of a extra gig. Razor on the double up with a push with Finko. Zuve could be quickly upset if Phoenix goes in for the flank, because only watching the position over at the pillars. Oh, does spot 1, does spot 2. Razor sharp on the play. In comes the flank though. Does he know about the 3rd? That's 1. Line up there. No, only downs. That is a lot of damage though, but it still keeps the Razor nice and snappy. Majestic also, after being boosted, is still being able to play in the round in a very healthy manner, not showing his position at all. Campo will be left guessing.
Does he have any idea? Oh, almost finds the damage, but Majestic gets aggressive, finds the kill. A 4-2 half, still going the way of Team 7. Unfortunately for them, they can't book the full 5-1, but I mean, this is doable territory.
Absolutely.
What's that?
Well, strat.
What's that word that Worm just said? I've never heard of it.
I'm sure that not a whole lot of players in Ultadelius either, really.
The strat book is that thing that Ben uses to prop up his table that's a bit wonky.
Quite possible. Well, look, I mean, no, there may be a strat, but mainly it just revolves around the first few seconds of the actual action phase with the number of players just jumping out the windows. Curious though, look, I mean, here's actually the interesting part within this half for me. Last time we did see Team 7 actually win out over Underground, it was with them winning out their attacking side. Albeit, it was on Chalet, it was on a map that, generally speaking, has a really solid attacking side that could be played out. Cafe, if you know your essentially angles, if you know what you're doing and you have nailed your coordination, you could do a lot of damage. And again, Underground have been previously struggling on a number of occasions once they were on the defense as well.
Yeah, look, you're exactly right. Team 7 are an insanely good attacking team. They were very good on the defense here.
And that's a rarity.
Yeah, it's one of the few teams in any competition in ANZ that has a better attacking side, record. But, I mean, you talk about these guys on the defense. Very capable. They're going to kick things off with a kill, unfortunately, onto a Razor who's going to suffer at the hands of his favourite operator. But this is somehow a team that ramps it up on the attack.
True.
I mean, Campo, competent. He's good at what he does on the defense. On the attack, the guy is, unfortunately, doesn't play too much of it, but he is the embodiment of a fragmite. He just happens to play ace with a better gun.
Yeah. What do you call a fragging ace?
An ace. Because that's what he's going to get.
Okay, I'll take that as a response. Phoenix, though, unfortunately, for himself, does go down to the hands of Zuve, a very cheeky position to hide himself in, but it certainly does provide, and provide in quite plentiful ways. With Fink out of the equation, the damage will be quite permanent to T7, albeit at the moment it's borderline negligent, really. Sealy only losing I believe, just about 10 HP. User will have quite a bit of a challenge on his hands trying to get rid of that pixel position, and as it stands, I think his next swing might be a little bit more problematic, albeit Zuve's position, at least, he's holding it pretty well.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, that 10 damage was actually from the Selma charges. Sealy willingly tanked it so he could hold the angle. He's a bit audacious like that. They want to shut down this pixel player, though. They know that he's there. They know that he's holding the angle. Look at this aggressive push-up, knowing that he's safe and secure. If somehow MML... No, okay, never mind. I was going to say, if somehow MML got out of this, it would have been a miracle! And Sealy doubles down for 2. They take the gamble, and it pays out big.
Sealy is just sharp, whether it's Buck or Twitch. He is there to take heads and take it very firmly as well. JPK and Zuve, the last 2 remaining players of UG, going to be trying to find their own footing here. This could be the chance for them to try to at least play for time. Second set of the smokes do go out, so only 1 more remaining that could be able to deny the kind of a general push, but already such a prevalent stance in the piano means already a second flank has been opened up for the push.
Biggest problem, there's not a heck of a lot of time to work with. Team 7 need to punch on in and take the site for themselves. Sealy, check and freezer, absolutely executed by Zuve, holding close right. User picks it up, swings.
Oh no, User!
That's a Saria Gate, buddy. It does damage, he will fall. JPK, though, nothing in the face of the overwhelming force that is Campo, shuts it down and puts them up 5-2.
Oh, that was a clean shot from Campo. My goodness, the man just does not miss. In the heat of battle, he is just what Team 7 needed. A 5-2 scoreline. Now, remember what we were talking at the beginning of this map, Panda? Tilt factor. Question being, has it started already? Given how absurd the whole first half was from Team 7's defense, at least on the beginning of the round, with the sheer abundance of the runouts. All 6 rounds involved those very things that quite a fair bit of the community dreads in general. And it left Underground, well, kind of just wondering, well, where did we go wrong? What happened? And it's kind of funny as well, because you look at Underground's story, they started off as a ranked stack, and then were trying to kind of learn up / mature up to a comp stack. You look at Team 7, they are playing like a ranked stack. So one is trying to run away from, well, the said Stone Age strats, and the other one embracing it.
Look, I mean, all I can say is you can't help but kind of feel for Underground. It's like standing in the surf at a beach, but a surf beach where the waves are about 3 meters high. It's just relentless, unforgiving waves of punishment that they are having to enjoy. It's never going to stop. It's never going to ease up. How do you overcome that?
Oh, man. Well, probably the only way to really overcome this and take this on is, well, by going and, well, attempting to maybe face tank. Interestingly enough, Phoenix is already about to full send it through the window if there is a possibility of that, but Eraser taking quite a fair bit of damage, knows exactly the position. The, well, new Balk is all open for the taking, but does he have that small fraction of time to go in for that push? Spots one, spots two, perfect timing, but now they know that the drone has spotted them. Now they might be expecting it.
Yeah, up to the roof instead. Phoenix, he bites the bullet and says, oh, fine.
That was a good bait as well, because the window has been broken, so it was almost expected by UG that the push through onto the new Balk was happening.
It was almost a perfect play too. Unfortunately, it was just a mistiming. Oh, all the utility just cleared out from Pixel there. Both ADSs plus the shield, so now they can push in. Phoenix already the first one. The head of the spear for this team.
Oh, no,
does he spot it? Does he get a pixel? He just needs a tiny bit more information, but no, not to be. They're anticipating some sort of gadgetry to reveal the position, but there's no Valkyrie in play. There is limited utility and information on the side of Underground Esports when it comes to this defense. But I mean, just half a round to go in Team 7 already in the precipice. They lose to user TM, unfortunately. Eraser hitting a crisp headshot there, but they just equalize it immediately.
Phenomenal play by Sealy, keeping the player count nice and equal. The playground as well stays nice and well consulted, but I say that MML, crisp, clean hip shot onto Phoenix, does wonders for Underground Gaming's chances to win out this round. As now with both User and Phoenix out of the equation, this does make things a little bit more difficult. Campo no longer on the favorable ace, but still gets a really high damaging rifle in his hands, and with 47 seconds to go, well, an attempt to get a little bit of a bigger foothold is going to be made here, but I say that Terminator gets the better of MML. That's JPK gone as well. All of a sudden, the favor has been turned into the hands of Team 7.
They toss towards the floor up on Cocktail, but no one there, unfortunately. The drone will spot, well, at least, unfortunately, may not necessarily outright spot it, but they get the information that there is one in Freezer. They know that there has been one this entire time over towards Cocktail as well. They're in a prime position to go for this execute Campo. The elevated angle there, he's going to miss it. Somehow Zube doesn't spot it. He will find Worm instead though, but look at this camp. He's walking up, Sealy finds a Razor. 8 seconds remaining, but no! Too aggressive on the play. Zube's got little health to work with. 2 seconds and Zube wins it, denying that point.
Wow. Well, Zube was able to keep his team afloat, and nicely done. And look, yeah, a bit of a stressful moment. Certainly something that Underground would have hated to see themselves happen once again, but it's a good, I suppose, turning point there for them. They finally break the streak of rounds that Team 7 were able to amass for themselves, and it certainly does open a window of possibility for Underground to return back to their form, get a little bit of a breather, really. And whilst the scoreline is still looking a little bit daunting, you still need to 2 more rounds to catch up to the scoreline of Team 7. This is still all in the realm of possibility.
I mean, yeah, we saw Sealy talking about that tilt as well, not just Lumi addressing it, but I mean, that's one of those tilters. Campo had the diffuser in the side, could have attempted the plant, but goes for the frag instead. Again, sort of just leaning into that ranked style of play, the mindset, as it were, and it has cost them that round. They've still got the opportunity here, attacking into the first floor. Look, again, they've got opportunities. They've got 2 rounds before it equalizes. They only need 2 rounds to close it out.
Absolutely. I mean, well, speaking of the whole tilt and what Sealy mentioned as well, I mean, for quite a contrast as well, it's worth mentioning that he absolutely openly addressed it. Yeah, if we lose a round, we don't just, you know, go out blaming each other. We'll just go next.
Don't drop the iron hammer, as he said.
Yes.
And look, that's smart. That is exactly what you want in these situations.
Albeit a bit easier said than done.
Yeah, look, sometimes the flame flows. Not necessarily.
Oh no, that's tragic. Oh,
Eraser!
No.
You poor bloke.
No.
Unfortunately, Siege giveth, Siege taketh away, unfortunately. And, well, the ADSs were taken away. He's got 1 left. Where does he put it? Honestly, do you just keep it in pocket at this stage?
Just keep it in the pocket at this point.
Oh,
man. A little bit of just a feels bad moment, really, I gotta say, for Team 7, given, or not Team 7, pardon me, Underground, given that, yeah, all of the setup would have been fine, if not for Twitch, and it would have played out perfectly well. Thankfully, though, there is still Majestic with the magnets as well, but those don't really stick around for too long, and the ballistic shield does go down, tagging to a sliver of HP, and so in that way,
come on, user, that's your kill, buddy. That's your kill, buddy. Send it
Surely.
in. Oh, Eraser!
No.
Caught from upside down. Luckily, Majestic is still good for one before he falls, and Worm, unfortunately, on the thinker, is now out of the round. No nano boost to come into play, a 4 versus 4, but one that is largely favourable for Team 7. Phoenix getting contested. Majestic, despite being on the precipice of death, says, no, it is not my day.
Well, all right, Majestic is just absolutely gunning for the spot, and Underground once again back into the shape of things, it seems. Just as we were starting to talk, oh yeah, look, defensive side wasn't particularly too good. Underground decided to, well, absolutely turn up, and has been so far a great comeback for them, albeit not there yet. Still, even if they will win out this round, this will be a 1-point differential, but they're getting closer and closer to it. 2 frags remain before we do see a 4-5 scoreline between UG and Team 7, and this is very much possible here. T7 has been picked apart very thoroughly, one by one, without any sort of repercussions.
Limited opportunities, limited angles for the side of Team 7 in their attack. The skeleton key, 7 rounds left. And there's just too much to be done. 3 toxic canisters in play means that this is going to be a very chaotic rush onto the side if Team 7 want to go for the attempt. Majestic's investment in the round has been significant and hugely detrimental. The jiggle there, the swing out for the shotgun. MML, one of the best anchors and SAS players in this competition, proves once again why. Another round on the board for Underground. They are back within 1.
Good to see that Underground have managed to nail that sort of a crossfire play for themselves, because generally speaking, it does involve quite a fair bit of coordination and communication, and at the beginnings of it all, we kind of seen a little bit of a lack of it, really, from at least from the way how UG were playing. It usually would involve just a lot of fragging kind of on the solo play, but this time, no, this is all looking like a much more coordinated play. Certainly the work of Coach Lumi has been looking to be improving the stack quite a fair bit, and well, saying that, a 4-5 scoreline, making this a whole lot closer, so good to see that our theory doesn't come to fruition here. So Underground still floating and floating very healthily.
No one wants to see a quick semi-final.
Of course.
Make it worth it. We see, is that LOL? I thought it was going to be like a Lumi, you know, shout out to the coach.
No, we don't want that.
It's LOI. Lost on intent.
10 seconds left.
It feels like a little bit of a stretch.
5 seconds to insertion.
But regardless, not too sure if it's just Majestic getting a little bit too confident maybe for his play, or maybe it's just there to spice things up. Maybe play into a bit of a mental warfare as well against Team 7. Who knows? Well, if Underground do end up winning, we get to talk to them about that very thing. But I gotta say, so far it's been a good return to form from UG.
Oh, it's the rush in!
Oh, boy.
They're heading straight to reading. They're on the site. Sealy's there, stepping up. Nothing. The older can't do a damn thing. They've punched in 2, 3, 4. It's a team kill, but still we take it. 1 remaining. Team 7 are on map point.
Oh, that was one hell of a way to turn things around.
6 kills, 6 rounds.
Yeah, 6 kills, 6 rounds. Yeah, that's one way to bring it back. Yeah, look, a little bit of a confused look on Celia about as to how the heck did that all work out, but
I mean, they had an older on site. Like, that would have just been free farming.
Yeah, it would have been free farming. That's the beautiful thing, and they managed to shut it down very quickly, fully acknowledging that that could have been a problem, but a match point, and one heck of a way to acquire that said match point. And we talked about this before. Team 7 once again switching the playstyle around, switching the momentum around, and they have been able to do it very proficiently as of recently, so it's good to see that they're back into form. Now, question being is, how will Underground be able to kind of respond to that?
Well, what a wild round. Right now, though, Underground need 2 to take us to OT to try and deny Team 7 here, who are on the precipice right now. No Maestro this time. It's going to be the smoke instead for JPK. They're gearing themselves up for it. I don't think we're going to see another rush here, but in saying that, we see the Chimera Geo back in play, the Lion, the Finca, 2 heavy fraggers in the forms of Celia and Phoenix on the Iana and Zofia, respectively. Campo back on his Hibana. I mean, this is back to basics. They pulled off the rush play. They're here to get it done.
And I'm all down for a little bit of the CBRN duo between User and Wominator. So far, so good. Very much keen to see how will T7 be able to conduct themselves in this round. Possibly the final one, which could be a really good closure for themselves. They don't want to draw it out too much. Phoenix nearly catching the feet of on the rotation, but alas, couldn't really connect the shots, nor he had the time to really pull off a full-on finisher either there. So, in saying that, quick, nice, snappy entry by Team 7 does open up number of possibilities for them to just establish that early foothold with still 2 minutes remaining.
Well, round 11 here. Remember, at home, you get the chance to get in on the giveaway. Make sure you tweet at us using the hashtag LPLR6S. And I was just thinking about it. You know, the question was, who do you think would be the best at a party? Now, is that from the point of view of an attendee or the party thrower? Because personally, if it's the party thrower, one of the hardest things about, you know, having a party hosting is being able to catch up with everyone. Alibi has the prisoners. You just throw a couple of them down. You're basically talking to everyone. So yeah. I reckon that would be a great gadget to have at a party as a host.
Albeit Dice tried to do the same. That didn't particularly work out as a party.
Yeah, it is what it is. But right now, Sealy going to be tagged up, but Phoenix already encroaching onto the site. You'd use the TM4, swinging out from the shield. No! Phoenix looking the wrong way too. Immediately down. Your Lion, your Zofia off the board. That's utility clear and information gathering. Now no longer available.
Quite a lot of damage, but early frag. Campo just reads into Majestic's play. Perfect clear out. That's your bathroom presence and the whole congestion around the pixel hallway as well. So this is all good, all done and dusted. That's a good take, but with 52 seconds remaining, still 1 player down. Team 7 will have to pull off quite a gargantuan effort. Campo already rotated and rendezvoused back with the team. The drones are plentiful, spotting out on majority of the positions. I don't think they've seen another person in the cocktail, so they will be assuming only 1 player is there. Zuve gets the better of Campo. This does not make things a whole lot easier for Team 7.
Last time it was Zuve that undid things on their approach to this site. Worm shuts him down, trades him out immediately. 2 to 3 with 20 seconds now in play. It is going to have to come down to the gun skill that is readily available for Team 7 there, and a boost. The push might be coming in just a moment into the site. Worm needs to not make the mistake that Phoenix made. Sealy punching through as well. The rotator from behind. It's 2 kills. Down to the 2 versus 1. Worm has to plant. Sealy has to cover. MML has limited to no information. It's going to be good. The Nitro out is a displacement, discombobulation, but it's not enough. MML tagged. He's forced towards the stairs. They know where he is. They've won it out, and Team 7 will take Cafe Dostoevsky.
My lord, what a way to do this. And Team 7 just clean with it all, and well, they do clean up Cafe quite solid, in a solid way, in a solid manner, and do not let away this sort of momentum to go. And yeah, that's one hell of a start for the BO3.
What a way to kick the semis off, and look at the numbers across the board. Even losing, you had Zuve and Majestic both hitting double digits. Unfortunately, they couldn't bring it to overtime. Team 7, they prove, they show why they deserve to be here, why they're a team that could be a force to be reckoned in the future, disregarding some potential moves around here and there. But I mean, at its core, this is a team of absolute potential.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Potential is certainly just all springing out from that team. But look, honestly, it has been a phenomenal already map. One plentiful amount of highlights, and I mean, that defense from Team 7 was just, perfect play for them, and perfectly being able to capitalize on the fact that Underground either just kept on not expecting the runouts or thinking, well, surely they don't do this again. Surely they, a considerable set of gentlemen, but no respect was shown in any shape or form.
Yeah, I mean, it was just consistent outpacing round to round. I mean, they just knew. Team 7 knew exactly what they needed to do. They kept the momentum up, and UG just couldn't gain any ground on them, regardless of how hard they tried. It was, even when they did, bring things a little bit closer, it felt like, huffing and puffing, just barely able to close that gap. They were outpaced, outmatched. The majority of the losses that were suffered there by Team 7 were because of mistakes that they made.
Yes, absolutely. And it was kind of noticeable that it was them just almost kind of going for those almost ego picks, really just trying to say, oh yeah, well, we have the confidence, we have the coordination. Yeah, let's just go and try to frag out. So it's good to see that they did manage to nail a good set of coordination. They did manage to close out the matchup, but it wasn't without them kind of letting quite a number of rounds slip up. And UG were very much happy to to oblige and to take those rounds away from them.
I mean, UG, look, they're a capable team. There is a real possibility we do see this one go to the decider. But for right now, we are going to throw it to a break. When we come back, we jump into Map 2 Clubhouse to see if these dark horses can keep their run going. We'll see you guys very, very soon.
How to do nothing. Gaming is a great way to do nothing with your mates. Best part is, you can pretend you're in the NBA. Even when you're in your stepdad's garage. How to do nothing. Gaming is a great way to do nothing with your mates. Best part is, you can pretend you're in the NBA. Even when you're in your stepdad's garage.
「なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていると？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えているぞ。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Cthulhu, what a hell of a map one. And you know what else is great? We've got something else going on this Friday as well. If you're keen, old Johnny Tuivasa Shack is going to be going live on the Let's Play Live channel to play a bit of Crash Bandicoot, hang out with his mate Friday at 7 to 8 p.m. He's visiting a mate who's been a bit down, going to hang out with them and just give us sort of, the insight. You don't have to do anything if the mate's down, just go hang out, just be there for them. Yeah. And that's exactly what he's going to be doing. So go along, hang out with him, see what he's got to say, chill out with the boys and watch some great Crash Bandicoot gameplay. Now that's a throwback, that's the nostalgia train coming through. For Cthulhu, map 1 done, Cafe Dostoevsky goes the way of Team 7. We now head to a bit of an unknown quantity for them.
Yeah, look, Clubhouse, the map that has been barely played out before, is going to be a map that, UG are very much familiar with. 100% win rate over the 2 times that they did get to play it all out. Has certainly seen quite a fair bit of action. And for Underground, this is going to be a chance to make that return on the map scoreline, given that they just unfortunately lost out on Cafe Dostoevsky. Albeit, again, this has been Team 7's map pick, so understandably, they have been practicing it so far pretty well. But it did kind of show that for UG, the team that didn't really get to show any sort of Cafe, I believe, prior to this, they was struggling a little bit, especially in the attack. The runouts galore was certainly there, but Clubhouse should be a much more potent matchup here.
Now, unfortunately for Underground, the fact that Team 7 have played the map doesn't mean that they don't know what they're doing. There's every possibility that they know what they're doing. And well, look, let's not waste any more time. Let's get on into Clubhouse, of course. And the key thing here is lighting your way, making sure the drones are clean as well. And you know what else can light your way, Cthulhu? It is the membrane keyboard from Roccat Gaming. Make sure you check it out in stores at the moment if you're looking for some peripherals. Getting into Clubhouse, though, the safety net. It's there for Team 7, not there for Underground Esports. So they need to pick this up to keep their playoff streams alive. Otherwise, they're done for the night and the season.
Up for the night and the season, indeed. Yeah, look, and, well, no more contention for the top end of the prize pool as well. So, going into the ban phase, this one will have to be a little bit spicier, I reckon, from the side of Underground, given that they want to shut down those, suppose, key players of Team 7. Albeit one problem, though. With Team 7, each one of those players can be a key player, and they all can pop off. Interestingly enough, though, Hibana ban, partially a target ban, partially a blast from the past, when Maverick, Hibana were a staple ban on the Clubhouse for a little bit, but in the case of the current meta, well, it's not as impactful, but it does provide a little bit more of a safer ground for defense more so, given that way less of the utility that can be used safely to blow up, say, hatches around the kitchen, which is one of the more impactful ones on the map. Thatcher out of the equation, though. Well, that's a bit of a more sort of a standardized one. Valkyrie out of the equation as well. This is one of the big, impactful, very heavy on rotation operators that could do a lot of damage, and understandably, Valkyrie out of the equation is one C4 out for Eraser to not catch.
The last ban here, I mean, you'd want to invest it into a Cade, which would leave Mirror available, but no, obviously Team 7 more concerned about the Mirror, so Cade will be in play. Yes, Manbrick is as well, but with that drop the board, it becomes immediately harder. You're going to have to rely on a Twitch or clearing things out with the frag grenades or something along those lines, because if you don't, Basement becomes a very, very hard site to attack.
Indeed, yeah. Basement can become quite a tedious site to really push and attack. But I mean, looking at the lineup of the operators that we are seeing from the attackers should be all fine. On the side of defense, though, quite a bit of spice coming out from Monsieur Warminator.
That is completely the wrong region for that operator, but we'll take it.
Yeah.
Look, yeah, spicy indeed. Some barbacoa ready to go. We're kicking things off round one. Worm on the Kavira, which, look, he's sticking with it for now. He's got the impacts, he's got the utility. I would imagine this is some sort of read into previous VOD work in terms of, downstairs presence, it's someone potentially entering in through the basement. We kick things off, strangely enough, on CCTV, which isn't something that we've seen too much of recently. But, look, they're into it, they're ready to go. They've got the Cade in play. This could be a pretty brutal attack for Underground.
Indeed. Underground could be seeing a few problems arise in a brief moment. Is that a suppress? No, it's one of the either Flash Hider or the compensator here for the SMG of Kavira. Warminator wants to get into a tussle straight from the get-go, but the low rate of fire does not allow a whole lot of possibilities. He still nails MML straight off the bat and fades away. He's gone. His job here is done.
The MML stands for massive major loss in that moment. Unfortunately, the Thinker is the play you lose to a Kavira, which, I mean, look, let's be perfectly honest, in the grand scheme of this round and strategic setup, is there just cause. Losing the Kavira is not going to do anything significant. They are perfectly fine to lose that one out. So at the moment, they are going to kick things off. The Nitro, unfortunately, from his team could not deny that, the player outside on the balcony. He's going to swing it anyway. No one there for him just at the moment. There was a player out towards Highway. So he's playing a dangerous game.
Very dangerous game indeed, albeit Majestic was on the drone all this time, so not a whole lot of danger, but the possibility of that danger was still rather high. Full knowledge that the angles are certainly there, and Majestic already taking some early damage, albeit that did previously prevent him from absolutely being able to frag out, so full understanding there in the hands of Team 7. Do we see, though, that push through? Do we see them persevere through that initial loss of MML?
I mean, it's not the end of the world. We've seen, before Thinker was introduced, teams played rounds out anyway, so...
True, but given
just
how
because
much
it's
of a
crutch just doesn't mean that it's the end of the world.
I mean, it has been a problem on a number of rounds back on Cafe for Underground as well. So, yeah, curious if the damage permanence will be a problem. Interestingly enough, though, T7 are not particularly too aware of the presence of a Razor, albeit I say that very quickly do realize that very thing, and well, for the swing to try to force him off that position, very close by.
No one expects the anchor Kavira. Who would have thought? Oh, JPK caught jumping on drones, looking for a follow-up. Majestics will fall. Keratos to close. Phoenix does it all himself, holds fast. It is Zube left alone outside on the balcony, outside the breach. And, well, Sealy says, one for me. Thank you, champ. Flawless to kick off Clubhouse.
Nice. Nice, clean start yet again by Team 7. Very confident take of the play, of the momentum. So all good, all clean. And certainly Team 7 are looking to be on top, at least for the start of Clubhouse once again. I do believe that once we do get to maybe some attacking plays as well, Underground might just be able to absolutely, or rather, well, not attacking plays, defensive plays. Underground will be able to gain an edge yet again, but the start on the attack has been a little bit questionable. Let's call it that. And maybe it was also just first round jitters as well. We have been talking about those for a while. Underground, given that they did lose out their momentum due to a rush from Team 7, should we not forget that. Certainly would be contemplating as to what would have happened if they would have been able to counter that very rush. Well,
I mean, that's not even the big talking point. Once again, Worm, 2 rounds in a row is going to bring this Kavira to bear.
5 seconds left.
I'm concerned to consider that this may be a core part of their strategy on this map. Yes, we know that they're ranked stars, they're demons, but actively incorporating Kavira into one's strategies is a bold move.
I mean, we've seen 1620 Kings pull off the same move to quite a good kind of result until he got kind of almost counter-stratted to the fullest. So, I mean, there's still all possibilities, but Wominator certainly seems to be in his element. He's fully enjoying his time here.
He's even got the spooky blue ghost charm. He is going to embody that as best he can.
He's leaning more and more into that that role.
But once again, it is a anchor Kavira in play, which I never in my career thought I would be discussing an anchor Kavira. I've seen anchor Vigil, but that I can understand. You're invisible to drones. Well, the ERC are activated. Like, you can catch your opponents unawares. But Kavira does not enjoy that same luxury.
Kavira gets to enjoy silent footsteps. So certain rotations could be, a little bit more subtle, but I do fully agree with you. And anchoring Kavira is something that is very much of a rarity, almost like a unicorn, but I suppose we get to see a rare sighting
they're not
of
playing
that.
Tachanka, it's fine.
True.
The one beautiful unicorn in this game. Normalize Rainbow as Magic skins in comp, just saying. Right now, though, Phoenix might be looking to get aggressive up towards Bar. There are 2 players there, but neither of them seem to have any idea. Majestics cops a huge amount of damage. Phoenix takes a little bit back and finishes off what he started. Will get himself back down to safety with a kill under the belt.
Well, that was quite a roller coaster of emotions, from just lighting up Majestic to just about 1 HP to then pulling off and getting the frag through the very same opening that Underground made. And, well, apart from that loss of the Twitch, that would have been also, by the way, a huge impact player in regards to utility. No, Underground just keep on chugging on. They fully acknowledging that, hey, okay, well, we lost Twitch, might as well keep on rolling. Pre-fire, no way Wominator gets a frag through that, no shot.
Man, going back to his roots, living up to the name, down on the dirt, looking for the kill, does not find it, unfortunately. Silent steps out, Luison even potentially. JPK will get the best of Phoenix, but again, at the cost of a significant portion of health, Eraser bottom main, but it's Sealy from the flank to catch out MML. The kills coming in hard and fast, going into the final 10 seconds. Camp on the side, lines it up, Eraser falls. What more can they find? JPK on the plant, a 2 versus 2, effectively a 2 versus 1, given that Zube has to cover while the plant goes down. Impact out, the flank here from Campo is going to be huge. Spots it, that's JPK down, finished off. They need one more. Sealy knows where he is, knows that he's deep in armor, and he's finished. He's minced, he's cut in half, and that will be a second for Team 7.
Such a comeback from T7 from what initially looked like a complete fall apart. They did not allow that at all. Campo and Sealy just doing the God's work there for Team 7 and absolutely decimating the remains of Underground on side of UG. It's a bit of a, well, look of concern. Problems starting to mount, and it's just problems and losses galore that are not particularly all binding too well. Gym and Bedroom is going to be the next choice for Team 7 to bring out tertiary side. This is where, by the way, on the tertiary side, back on Cafe, Underground were able to start their own little streak of rounds. 2, I believe, that were for a bit of a change and a switch up in the momentum happened. So Team 7 might be in a bit of a trouble here, given that this is the comfort zone, well, supposedly a comfort zone for UG, but so far we haven't seen a whole lot of hints of that.
Yeah, I mean, what they were, it was 2v3, almost 2v4, and the end of that round, and it was still Team 7 to bring it back. A massive, very, very massive flank, and okay, I dig it. 3 prisoners lined up in the middle of the bomb site in bedroom. The extension over the cache, as you would expect, with the rotate towards top red. I mean, look, textbook stuff, cookie cutter.
5 seconds to insertion.
Cookie cutter so far is all good and dandy, but Roman Cade is something that we yet to see. Another wonder, I guess, from Team 7, from an anchoring Kavira to a Roman Cade.
Phoenix, no.
Oh, yeah. That would have been dangerous.
All the gold have different serial numbers. Okay, there you go. Did you know that all the gold bars in Logi have different serial numbers? The more you know.
The more you know. That's kind of cool.
Not just a cracked gunner, but a knower as well.
Or indeed. All the best qualities of a R6 gamer.
Except that Phoenix is on drone. He's not a knower.
Yeah, Phoenix, look, he's just a gunner for now. He's nowhere in development. Let's call him that. But the fact that, he doesn't spot the drone does mean a couple more problems. Zuve would still be able to have a nice overlook onto the position, and will be calling out that Phoenix is making the rotation, but unfortunately for UG, nobody's actually making a play of that.
In fact, it looks like Phoenix might be the one to make the play here. In through lounge, wants to make something happen. He's looking for it, might even rotate through bar. He's just trying to, speaking of angles, speaking of Noah's Campo, down in dirt tunnel. Okay, he's been scouted, he's been forced on. Phoenix as well has been identified. Nitro onto the stage wall, looking for the line of sight, the pings to come through, looks for a cheeky angle, but can't find it, unfortunately. And, well, all of these gunfights, not really going to net much, but MML will thread the needle for the kill.
Perfect lineup. That is a big opener as well, given that Phoenix has been known to find some really good, big, impactful frags at the beginning / mid-end of the round, but with him no longer being in the play, with that Warden no longer being in the play, this could be rather problematic later down the line. Campo on the hunt, though, goes in for the swing, does get the better of MML. That's a razor fallen as well. At least JPK is able to equalize it all up. 3v3 with a minute remaining. It's still very much workable for both ends of the matchup, but User about to get pressured. The drone is about to come in to find out his position, and well, against the Maverick, well, not much can you do.
The man is a wizard. He is just where he needs to be at any given moment. He's found himself yet another in the round and reduced that player count to a disadvantage for Underground Esports Club here in the 3rd round. The User still deep in gym. Wants to find the crossfire. Campo threatened towards top main and Logi. Will be forced off for now. He's deep Logi, but User in this position. If he finds even one, that's going to be huge, and they just tuck themselves in. Almost finds the header. JPK goes to the reattempt, shotgun out, and this is a dangerous position to be in. Even at medium range, Zube in trouble. His team kills JPK, but will fall at the hands of Campo. Underground down 3-0 without a lifeline.
Yeah, that's a tilter. That is a tilter, absolutely. But unfortunate result there, and yeah, you can see the just unfortunate loss. Eraser completely just ducks away from the camera as well, which is something that, well, might be a bit of a showcase, or maybe they just, you know, getting a little bit more serious. They have to, hunker down, like you said before. This is the final map for them to kind of get back into the swing of things, and Clubhouse should have been, up until now, a kind of good ground for them to take. But again, this is the attack, so one would think that, say, maybe they're at least able to score themselves 2 more rounds, push this to a 4-2 scoreline, at least. Albeit they still can very much bring it back to a 3-3 scoreline. There's still very much a possibility of that. But yeah, as long as they can make it at least a 4-2, they can bring it back really nicely on the defense. I mean, we've seen them do that very well back on Cafe. Surely Clubhouse should be a much more stable ground for them to touch.
The only problem I'm seeing is, yes, some of these rounds have come down to 2 versus 2. But they were not close 2 versus 2s. At every single round so far, Team 7 have made the right play, and commandingly so. I mean, you think that basement defense, the plant went down, they just couldn't cover the angles, the rotate from camper, it just all came together perfectly. So, again, it's that situation, outpaced, outmatched, Underground, are unable to keep up.
I'm sorry, you're saying in the commanding phase and then remembering an anchoring and a Kavira play with the spawn peaks is something that I don't think I would have ever, have had etched in my brain, I guess.
Oh, what is this? What are you doing, Worm?
Worm? Okay. MML is kind of cracked.
Oh, okay, yeah, look.
Eliminator. Goodbye, good luck, and we'll see you later.
So long, and thanks for all the fish. He's right back out. He might even put that shield down where it was moments ago. User trying to respond. But this is a dangerous position. If they need to go for the repel, and Majestics is dead. That is your flank watch gone. It is going from bad to worse. And Cthulhu, I think you are right. I think the tilt is well and truly starting to take hold.
Sure, that's out. Campo, that's too ballsy, mate.
He's 7-0.
If not for one assist, he would have been able to reverse Agent 007. Oh, that is an annoying one to deal with, because Zube could very much shoot this, but the moment he shoots, that's his attention drawn away. The Terminator takes his life away as well.
Yeah, and this is, I think, the beginning of the spiral. The shield from Worm. He's not done yet. JPK just being absolutely bullied. They're in down below this time. What do you do in this situation? You're limited. Not just the user is just absolute spamming the living heck out of this floor. The nade there. User takes a damage. Worm for a third as JPK steps up to the door and will drop that diffuser as well. Did they use a TM here as bait? No, not to be. Okay. Worm
farmed.
Gets aggressive. Headshot cleanly there. The prone form of Eraser who hits himself back up. They don't even have the breach. They don't have anything. No avenues into the site other than the CCTV window, which alone is not a good idea.
None of this is a really good idea, really. At least for Eraser, he has quite some time to, try to play at least maybe for some frags, farm up some damage, given that user is low in HP, Campo is low in HP, so...
Campo, Nitro.
Oh, shot out of the air amidst the pre-fire. But Eraser, yeah, look, well and truly, I think this is going to be a 4th point for Team 7. Things are certainly not looking particularly too great or too well prone position, but what I believe is a wild user TM there, ready to frag out.
No,
it's silly instead, leaning into the ways of Warminator.
4-0. Team 7 are looking to get done nice and early, give themselves plenty of time to rest up and... Well, what do you mean rest up? They're going to go hit the rank stacks. We know exactly what's going on after this match. But underground, unfortunately, the Dark Horse seems to have been broken.
Dark Horse indeed. Oh, man. I mean, this was the ultimate kind of question. Phoenix, Jesus. We'll talk about this in a moment. This was kind of going into the whole matchup between UG and Team 7 and their general introduction to LPL Pro. How will they fare in this sort of environment where you get a mishmash of different levels, different tiers of competition from OCE Siege? And seeing how Team 7 were able to slot in, seeing the way how they were able to adjust themselves has been a genuinely enjoyable time. Same went with UG, albeit they kind of went for a bit of a reverse result. Women are just being a nuisance, just period.
But he is not on anyone's team. He is unto himself.
Yeah, but for both Underground and Team 7, they went through quite a fair bit of an evolution. On the side of Team 7, they went from a team that initially was, getting occasionally, bullied and bulldozed, to a team that can genuinely take on a good amount of competition from whether it's Tier 1 or Tier 2, and already getting seemingly offers already from the said Tier 1 and Tier 2 as well. So it's all been good and fine, whereas on the side of Underground, they still have much to learn, but it's been still a really good progression from them, seeing that they were able to make it into the playoffs as well.
Well, I mean, it's such an interesting, path that you see out of Team 7. You look at teams like now Odium, of course, and Ground Zero.
It took a while to form.
I mean, look, to be fair, their shift has been from heavy fragging to more of that strategic. They've leaned into, the higher level comp side of play, which is, lean into the strategy, play around your game, play around the strat book. Whereas Team 7, at the start of this competition, they were a rank stack. They have leaned into the rank stack. They have sharpened the head of the spear. It's not, oh, we should probably run a shield as well. No. It's sharpen the spear, get a bit of extra length on the sharp, and just keep stabbing.
Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, look, owning their craft of absolutely being a nuisance and fragging out like crazy. Phoenix, my lord, this could be your time to make it shine and make it work. He manages to put in a number of shots. Eraser still here. He still keeps on contesting Kitchen. He might just be able to find, runs away. Actually still plays around, but no, finally fragged out. But the sheer amount of damage, the time and the effort it was taken to get him out of that spot is already commendable.
Yeah, look, he was not going anywhere. There was no movement whatsoever. If he walked out, he was dead. Nitro placed. Just gonna wait. User holding.
Wait.
He will pop it, unfortunately, just a little bit premature. He doesn't find anything. He will spot the Gemini coming down through Memorial. Sealy was there for a moment, but he's backed himself out for now. Again, one of the few. User, no. Sealy will fall, first death of the mat. Unfortunately for User TM, he has pushed off the angle. Not going to find anything with that 44 Magnum going to the final 48. Worm is aggroing up with the SBSMG9. They don't know that he's sitting under this hatch. Majestic for another, will find Campo. 5 versus 2, spots the ankles, looking for more. He's on the drone as well. You've got a shield, champ. You've got a shield.
He uses it. His back was protected by the said shield as well. So he was able to retreat perfectly well.
We're going to have to start calling Worm Donatello. He's one of the Ninja Turtles right now, running around, looking to do damage. Coverage on his back. It's 2 versus the world here for Team 7, looking for that 5th point. User and Worm both on the site. The nade not quite deep enough. Worm goes the wrong way, spots the player over the hatch, but not going to connect the shots. He's going to find the head onto JPK. There is a player in the hallway, but it's a Razor and Majestic to shut it down. The diffuser, yes, up in the kitchen, unfortunately. But, I mean, look, overwhelming numbers by the end of it.
Absolutely. Good job by Underground to finally being able to get on the board with the points. Although 1 and 4, still that daunting scoreline might be hanging on to them, but quite possibly this is their time to start finally bringing that comeback train for themselves. Interestingly enough, though, we haven't seen a single attack pause from either one of the teams. Which is something very much worthy to note of, given that, again, we've seen a good return to form, a good kind of reset on the mental as well from UG previously. For Team 7, look, they don't need that, any of that mess. They're ready. Their whole game is a big tack pause. They're just enjoying themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the safety net. They've already picked up map 1, so if they lose here, they've still got another chance on Villa. So, I mean, they can afford to be, not necessarily reckless, but a little more free-flowing with the way that they play the map, of course. Final round of the half, and, I mean, look, it is odds-on going to be a 5-1 here. They've already won Gym Bedroom. They know how to play it. Yes, it was a bit scrappy towards the end, but it was because of the investment that Team 7 put into the round to upset Underground.
I mean, not wrong. Not wrong. Plenty of opportunities are there present for Team 7 to really just toy around with the idea. Phoenix, no shot is Phoenix looking to find a spawn peak. No, okay, right. So he's waiting for a push through that small, I suppose, alleyway.
But so is Worm.
So is Worminator, but Worminator is looking at the completely different spawn. But both of them do decide to back out, given that, well, in a couple of seconds, already the attackers could have been having a pretty much direct lines of sight onto those windows, but won't happen really. Phoenix still gets to hang around this time, playing on the Warden, the operator that has been rather consistent in the picks for Team 7, so I suppose it's good to see that there's at least consistency in that department.
Old corner store Campo, he's down in the basement on that lurk. But just, I mean, the hesitation at an Underground is genuinely concerning. They are so unwilling to actually commit to a push. They're going to go for this jacuzzi wall entrance. But look, cool, you got jacuzzi wall open. Last time User TM was able to hold on. He's not there this time. He's not playing deep in that gym position. But you look at every other position. There's 3 other players from this Underground roster that are trying to encroach elsewhere. And there are players waiting to meet them. Majestic as well, in a bit of trouble. Pink's coming through. The nade is going to be good for the kill on a User, but Majestic falls. No Finker in the remaining half of this round.
Yeah, no Finker, but also no Mute, no C4s going to be present on the side of Team 7. But I mean, I say that User has been by far one of the least sort of impactful players in the context of Clubhouse for Team 7 to date. So 1 to 4 player out of the equation, that's probably, well, not as bad. They still were able to get rid of a Finca, the big crutch, the frag grenades, the LMG, you name it. The whole plethora of the whole loadout gone and out. Still about to spot Eliminator knows that there's now 1 player by the AC units. Won't really be expecting, I would assume, that there's going to be a reswing, so Razor will just get himself over to the rooftop and try to assist in the push by the jacuzzi wall. But now a lot of weight will be now relying on MML to be pulled and pushed. Logi is still yet to be fully taken, given that there is a rotation hole and there's a push about to be commenced from there.
The Razor the first to 4. Worm is good for 1. Nitro towards that jacuzzi opening. Zuve absolutely ripped apart JPK as well. Copping shots left, right and centre. Worm will be felled finally. His reign of terror now at an end. 15 seconds on the clock, 3 versus 3, but the health bars favouring the side of Team 7. MML as well, sitting at half. Sealy down. What can they find? Big kills! It is down to MML. Campo has to hold on. 4 seconds to do it. MML has the diffuser. He's deep, but he's got to hunt for it. He can't do it. A 5-1 half, but Team 7 on a map they have not played this season.
What happened there? What happened there for UG is completely beyond me. Again, it's oddly enough, it's the same position that they got stalled out previously as well. They stalled out on their approach to Gym after they had the breach for a while on that jacuzzi wall, and unfortunately, just UG keep on failing on, well, emphasizing any further on the push. Yes, they were able to acquire the initial frag from that foot level opening, but nothing really came after it. The fact that they couldn't take control of the Logi, no pressure from there. MML got kind of cut off from majority of the gunfights because he was on the stairs, and whoever was attempting to put on even more pressure with the Maverick, well, died out the moment he swung the 90 hallway. So it was all kind of a story of just an abundance of problems.
Worm hovering something a little bit spicy here. Blaz, I mean, the changes haven't come through yet, so he's not quite that fiend that he could be.
But I mean the loadout that Blaz could bring in is still.
Oh, look,
formidable.
it is still a deadly operator. But I mean, look, it's a 5-1 defensive half. They need 2. I mean, Clubhouse again has sort of swung back to that median. It's not Oregon. It's not a pure 50-50. But it has swung back towards that median of being, you know, heavily contested both ways. And with Team 7 and their capabilities on the attack, this gets ever scary. Oh no. It's even spicier than we thought. A Montagne coming in for Worm.
I mean, Worm was already able to flex 1 shield operator. Why can't he flex 2? Albeit on the map that, funnily enough, actually was able to avoid, well, almost was the highest picked map in LPL Pro. First highest picked, guess which? Drum roll.
I have no clue.
Oregon.
Okay, Zuve just got absolutely obliterated. Of course it was Oregon. Why did I think it was anything else? But absolutely destroyed Zuve there.
Yeah. Destroyed, denied the right of living. Any way you want to describe this, Zuve just unfortunately suffered it. And so begins possibility of yet another downfall of UG here on Clubhouse. With 4-4 though, where Razor does have something to say about that. We'll be slowing down that push, that bleed. And with him being able to get rid of Campo, that is a big opener. It will be a peek, swing, and the ping does come around, forcing the Melusi out of that spot, which does open up a great deal of positioning, but I say that Majestic and Razor pitches in, and now it is a much more comfortable ground for Underground to take their own round here.
2 versus 4, yeah, you'd hope it was favourable, although in saying that, we've seen stranger things, and the LPL Pro in Greater Oceanic region, just looking for opportunities, User and Sealy. I mean, they've got the operators to do it. You've got a Ace, of course, and the Iana, 2 incredibly capable guns. Frag grenade, Nitro to return, shot out of the air. So no connection there. The Banshee will be cleared out by the frag grenade. Silly has 1 remaining in pocket. We go to the final minute. The advantage significant. Traded back. User. He's been a bit silent this map, like you highlighted, but he might just make big moves. Unfortunately, he's got limited utility to clear that Saria gate. And, well, a 1 versus 3 at the best of times is tough.
Absolutely. Oh man, so far it's a bit of a shaky ground here for User, but again, a round that wouldn't particularly rattle too much. The Team 7, they acknowledge the pushes, they acknowledge the mistakes. And well, so does begin the possibility of a comeback for UG here. The team that had a bit of an up and down performance during the group stage. Close to the end of that season, well, they finally starting to maybe ramp up their own momentum, their own effort, albeit I say that. First half did conclude in a 1-5. They only managed to score 1 point so far on the second half. But again, possibilities are certainly still there. And well, a 5-2, I believe during OCO calls, they were battling against one of the teams, and it was also, I believe, something across the lines of 5 or 6-2, and it nearly got overturned into an OT. So there's certainly possibilities for UG to pull a comeback yet again, so wouldn't count them out just yet.
Anything is possible in a great game if Rainbow succeeds right now. CCTV defense again. Prospects not the greatest. We've seen teams quite capable of attacking the site. Campo going to pick up the mantle of the Maverick here in the attack. Thermite and the Ace as well, so tripling down on the hard breach potential for Team 7. They pair it with a Thinker and a Zofia. So 2 LMGs, 3 hard breaches is the game plan.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Good setup. I mean, theoretically, you could call this kind of back to basics as just trying to allow as much utility to be able to get a breach going. And I mean, you look at doing the funny stuff at the wall. Oh boy.
I mean, that's actually kind of a filthy angle. Like, I'll be real. If he finds a kill on that angle onto someone pushing into let's be honest, the likelihood of that kill going through is quite low. But if he were to find a kill there, that would be huge.
Kinda nuts, yeah. Look, meanwhile, amidst all of this, the funny business, already the breach has been done, kinda. In less than a minute, Team 7 were able to clear out the breach denial and then get the breach sorted. Now, the issue being that, well, that's still a fair bit of ground and still a fair bit of positional advantage there for the defense. I say that though, well, heck all that, as Zuve already takes quite a fair bit of damage, and the push into the Logi has begun with only Razor and Zuve now playing around the master bedroom. So, relatively easy entry. After that, well, problems might start mount, especially if it's a single-man venture.
Utility deeply invested into the round so far. They've got so many openings and they've already forced so many players out of those positions. In fact, they're getting it drones freely in through that site. Zuve heavily tagged as Campo drops into Logi. Silly will be the one to finish it off. User walks into master bedroom. Eraser not going to go down quite as easily as his teammate, but it's that compounding, the chip damage here, there. What a big kill. 2, in fact, strung together by Team 7. Phoenix pushing up top. Red, unfortunately, doesn't know that Majestics is close on the shield there, but Worm is already in the site. He's answered back once again. Majestics good for 2 there with the SMG-11. He's hitting his stride here in the defense on Clubhouse. Toxic canisters coming into play. Frag grenades deep into cash. Spotted the head there. JPK forced out. He's in big trouble. They've got 2 angles covered. If Sealy jumps in here, there's nothing to stop him just yet. So they might be able to make the play. Sealy in. Pre-fire's good. And they will take down JPK. Majestics can't even respond. Team 7 on map and semi-final point.
My lord. I mean, we already have heard quite a fair bit of predictions and praisals from other teams towards Team 7, and understandably so far they are fulfilling that very case. You were talking about, Womenator getting some offers. We just seen a change of tags for Phoenix. Nice, a nice way to get closer to the end of the run with the Team 7.
Yeah, Worm's actually confirmed. Zane of Vertex made that post, said, this is our new team. Worm was among them, unless he's been dropped in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, sorry, Worm. Sorry to break it to you, buddy.
Zane messaged us, so unfortunately we're the ones to tell you. No, look, as far as we know, it is being said on the timeline. It is public knowledge that Worm is going to be joining Vertex. Phoenix, it's a little less known. Maybe he is, maybe he is. We have a confirmation. Kraken haven't talked about it. But, yeah, look, I mean, a last hurrah with the team, securing first place in LPL Pro. What a way to do it.
One hell of a way to do it. I'm Curious though, who will Team 7 possibly, if they end up, you know, winning it all out, who will they get to verse? Because whilst, yes, Odium versus Altadelius, technically it's a given at this point that Odium could really bring out the dub. I wouldn't count out the AZ purely for the sheer chaotic fact of their performance. Even though, again, Logic has admitted that, yes, they are a chaotic team, so I suppose we'll wait and see.
I mean, there is beauty in chaos. And, oh boy, is there Worm, you played a dangerous game there, champ. And they will get the breach open into CCTV. They have the opportunity there. And primed and ready on this map and series point. I wouldn't be surprised if Worm just full sends it into the site looking for kills. They've got the nano boost, they've got the utility, they've got every tool possibly needed to make this play happen. But no, they play reserve, they play it smart. They're not going to give away a lead.
They're all, with Phoenix being tagged up a little bit, it may be a bit problematic later down the line. The user already making an entry and would potentially find a frag onto Eraser, and he sure does. Absolutely a demon unleashed. Finally, I say that though, a 3-6 demon, that is. Will not be really giving Eraser a fun time, as yeah, it well and truly seems like Team 7 are living rent-free in the heads of Underground.
Oh, Majestics, he finds the first, but unfortunately Worm is not going to let him get away with it as he bags MML as well. Caught on the backside by JPK. Will keep MML alive for now, but going for the res could be dangerous. JPK doubles down with a kill on the user TM. Sealy and Campo, two of the OGs of this roster, trying to make the play. The experiment will go off in con. Another nade deep into Cash. He's going to be tagged. JPK will escape the nade damage as well. MML being secured going to the final minute means this is a 3 versus 1 for Sealy.
Sealy, the one person that you would want to have in that sort of a clutch situation. With 50 seconds remaining, he has the possibility of making it work, but again, the time ticking against him. Zuve full HP, JPK just shy away from, I believe, about 20 HP. ML back into the fight, so a lot of angles to play, and we've seen UG play the crossfires, and they did it pretty well. 35 seconds remaining. Not a whole lot of possibilities, not a whole lot of openings for Sealy to go push for the crossfire. Perfectly nailed by MML, as we do get yet another round for Underground.
Very near miss in that situation, and I mean, you've just got to breathe where you can for Underground. You take that, you look to move forward. That's exactly what they're doing. Team 7 are on the precipice of that grand final. Basement defense for Underground Esports. Team 7, they want to deny any momentum here.
Absolutely, they would want to keep it nice and snappy for their own sake, for their own performance. They wouldn't want to reveal too many things going into the grand final, albeit this is where some of their more, you know, juicier picks are. Well, I say that juicier picks. We've seen an absolute just circus play from a number of the operator picks from Team 7, which still somehow ended up working out, and well, kudos to them for being able to make it work. But
I mean, can we safely say that the Kavira worked, given that there was no interrogation?
I mean, Worminator was still being able to consistently keep on finding damage.
It could have been anyone though. Like, the Kavira was not integral to his success.
Is a handicap at this point.
It was not integral to any success, and well, look, and right now, Majestic setting himself up for this defense. A long camera angle there, one that I've not seen before. Which, I mean, look, it doesn't surprise me that it's an opportunity, but it's not one that I've seen teams play. Getting themselves geared up, ready to go. We are in round number 10 here, Cthulhu. Team 7. If they close it out here, they're in the grand finals.
Very prominent positioning here for Team 7. Still got a 3-round buffer, so they could still very much make it work. Phoenix already on the garage storage stairs, ready to absolutely rain down the absolute almost hellfire from that LNG. And ready to lock down yet another position. So UG, well, it feels like a little bit of a misplay, not really having any sort of utility even to try to at least get an indication that there is a push coming towards them from that very position. But apart from that, Team 7 very quickly, very hastily take control of the ground floor, which does allow them for quite an expanded buffer of time to really play around, which has been a big noteworthy thing to really point out for them. The fact that they are quite quick on the entry. They read into the fact that, well, nobody's really roaming. Let's just quickly take this on. And the time play has been a very big thing a very big piece of utility that they have been utilizing to the fullest. You see, every time, even when they are at a player disadvantage, they have a minute, if not minute and a half to play around with.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point in dawdling. You want to get yourself in a position with room to move, room to make a play. The last thing you want is to be battling the clock at the same time you're battling your opponents. And Nate deep in towards Church, but it's Sealy, the first to fall. The buck off the board courtesy of a Razor and that MP5. Campo still trying to open his bar. Oh, this could have been deadly if there was an angle aggressed upon. Phoenix looking for a Razor from above the box. Mag will pay out, and they equalise at 4-4.
Well, losing out Sealy is not particularly a great sort of thing to really lose out, but at least, hey, you still got Finka, you're still being able to boost yourself up amidst all of this absolute chaotic nature that has been so far generated and procured. Campo trying to make this work. The openers on the floor are certainly there, not really helping the case. And we were talking about the time play. Time play should be rather quick and clean here so far if they want to make the best of it, but I say that it's a complete fall apart here for Team 7, as I nearly said KRA.
Survey blending in with the table there, straight through the ash wall in towards Armory, deep as well, but it's Majestics for one, it's answered back. Underground will keep the train rolling. Team 7 not let out of it just yet.
Well done so far by Underground, keeping themselves all as close as one could possibly be. But the pressure still continues to mount. They're still not out of this yet either, really. A 4-6 scoreline. We did get to a very similar scoreline previously on Cafe. And the one thing that it took to change the sheer amount of momentum was, drumroll, a rush. Do we see the same thing happen here? Because so far, I mean, the initial picks of Team 7 don't particularly allude to that.
I'm just trying to think, how viable a rush would be. I think
on this side,
I think Logi would be your best bet at a rush, as you just 5-man hatch drop aggressively. If you jump into bedroom or gym, chances are you're just going to die instantly. Jacuzzi usually takes a little bit longer to get us. So I think the only viable rush place would either be Intercon straight into bedroom or Logi straight into bedroom. Or think that it's the wrong site and rush into CCTV, if that's what floats your boat.
Yeah, true.
Well, 10 seconds to insertion.
Something that you have to wait and see what is the actual choice, because, well, we don't really get to see a whole lot of changes. As a matter of fact, no changes at all from Team 7's lineup, so they are sticking by to their much more normalized, I suppose, lineup of the operators. Nothing too special just yet from them, but on the side of Underground, I gotta give them props. They managed to bring it back from what was initially a 5-1 scoreline to now a 4-6. Much closer play, much closer, turnout for them. Albeit,
well, that was quick.
That was a quick deal, yeah, with the Cade charge. So, Majestics' efforts are basically all for nothing.
And it's gone. And Campo will start the Jacuzzi wall up. There is absolutely no way to contest it. They'll even clear out the mute jammer as well. So Jacuzzi wall is, well, gone. They have the opportunity to get themselves in faster and fully reinforced, so they can start to get some control inside the building. Worm finds MML, and that is the first of many dominoes to fall here for Underground Esports.
So far, that's the first frag. 4 more to find the victory, the dub.
Okay.
The one and only, and in the push, Phoenix is already the one to spearhead it. We were talking about sharpening the spear by Team 7, and that's exactly what they've been doing. Yuzuve and Eraser, the last players standing 2 frags for the win for Team 7.
Well, User is in. He doesn't have the diffuser, unfortunately. It seems that Campo is the one with it. Sealy and Logi. Eraser is at least able to take down people. So they are. Ooh. What a headshot! Campo sticks it out too far. Unfortunately, Eraser makes the same mistake and will fall because of it. Sealy and User TM and the 1 versus 2. Zuve with the toxic canisters is just trying to do what he can to either deny or provide an opportunity for him to frag out. Sealy on the plant. Drone was there. Zuve has to shoot it out, so they must know the calls. Jim is the call to be made. They say that Zuve's there. He is not at all, in fact. But with this reinforcement of the bathroom, you'd have to hope that the Selmas were used to open up. No, sorry, it was soft. I didn't even realise that one panel was soft. And User finds the kill. Team 7 are in the grand finals.
Well, that's one hell of a way and one hell of a scoreline to bring out. And yeah, Team 7, well done to them. They will be in for that contention for that top prize in the prize pool. And oh, my lord. I mean, we were initially thinking that this could be an absolute heater going into the 3-mapper. Team 7 said, no. We'll let this kind of stick to just the 2-map script and we'll just call it a day here.
I mean, it's kind of in the name, Team 7. Like, you got to live up to their name. Like, what's the point of naming yourself Team 7 if that's not what the scoreline you're going for is? But I mean, look, they did it in true fashion. They stuck to what they know. They stuck to what they're good at. They absolutely pushed Underground Esports around throughout the majority of the map. They did look better on this map, though. That has to be said. Underground looked cleaner on Clubhouse. They looked more comfortable. Cafe, though, it was a mash. It was an absolute mess. They just got what they could, where they could. Here, they were actually able to dictate some of the plays.
Absolutely, no. Yeah, Underground were able to keep up with quite a fair bit of pace here, and the rounds that they were able to win sorry, I'm having a bit of a stroke here, it seems. They were able to find a good response. They were able to punish their opponents and find really good timings. They definitely knew exactly what needed to be done, where it was supposed to be brought out, and well, everything else, just unfortunately, not enough rounds were accumulated by them.
Yeah, I think they just sort of let Team 7 get too far ahead on their defense. If it was a closer half, potentially we could have seen overtime there, but a 5-1 is kind of a hard situation to come back from, of course. But, I mean, they do it in 2. It is going to be Team 7, and we are going to be joined by Sealy here for a bit of a chat. Look, mate, congratulations. Hey. You've put yourself to grand finals. I mean, look, how does it feel? You're coming to the season, you guys have had a bit of a run, but look, you guys look sharp.
Yeah, no, it feels good. It's nice to win. I mean, we were always confident. I said in my interview before that we're confident every game we play. So the result isn't surprising, but UG played really well.
Oh, yeah?
I think they played really well.
And now, look, to reference back onto the cafe, you guys managed to show us quite a plethora of different, paces, play styles, especially during the defense. Going into the offense, was it kind of the idea after the fact that UG were able to find themselves, I believe, 1 or 2 points pulling off that rush? Was that kind of the idea to get you guys back on track for it, or was it just kind of, we're feeling confident, let's just send it?
Campo came inside and he's like, guys, we might be on for a rush. And when we realized there was no vert, we were just like, just send it.
Just send it, yeah, okay.
May as well go for it. And it worked out.
Now, look, we've had the announcement this week. Worm has been picked up for the Nationals. You know, Zane made that post. Phoenix is running some funky tags. I don't quite know what it means, but I mean...
No idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. But you guys obviously being noticed, you're being scouted. Is this potentially a bit of a last hurrah for Team 7, or is this, we're coming in to dominate LPL Pro and make our mark for next stage?
Yeah, just try and win the LPL Pro season, and while everyone splits off into their different teams or jobs, whatever they want. Just end it on a high note and then split up.
Well, look, hey, you guys, like we said throughout the broadcast, nothing but potential. So we're anticipating, you guys having some big moments in the future. But look, congratulations, you're a grand finalist. Final question before we, let you head off. Before we let you thank the fans and everything, who do you want to verse? Who do you want to take on in the grand finals?
Oh, I'm down to just verse Odium. I'd like to verse them with their new roster.
All right.
Look, confidence, you love it. But look, anyone you'd like to shout out, Sealy?
Yeah, shout out to Worm for getting picked up. I said he would do big things, and he will. And thanks to anyone who watched and he supported. Yes, that's good. That's all.
All right, we'll let you go. We'll see you next week, Sealy, Cthulhu. They do it, and they do it in style. They take down the Dark Horses underground. They don't give them the chance to come back. We don't get a third, but they are booked in the grand finals. Up next, though, this is going to be a big one. I mean, is he going to get what he wants, do you reckon?
There may be a really good possibility for that. I mean, Odium has been rather dominating in the past few playdays, so there's certainly a very good possibility. But standing in front of them at the moment is AZ, a team that has been seeing quite a resurgence in their potential as well.
Well, right now we're going to throw it to a break. When we come back, we jump into the second semi-final here in the playoffs bracket. We'll see you guys back very soon.
How to do nothing. Gaming is a great way to do nothing with your mates. Best part is, you can pretend you're in the NBA. Even when you're in your stepdad's garage.
Honestly, this team hasn't been around for that long, if we're being completely honest with ourselves. It was kind of formed as a ranked stack, and one day we had the brilliant idea of, hey, we should try it for LPL Pro, and I guess lo and behold, we made it in. Some people not really believing in our, talent, but, we're here to prove everyone wrong.
We haven't been together for a while. It's been a pretty short amount of time. I think it's been maybe 2 months. Like this current combination of players, maybe if not a month. So I think it definitely helps that we're already confident the fact that we can win all our games. So then we have that more relaxed environment. If someone makes a mistake or something, it's not really like, we're not bringing down the iron hammer on them. It's just like, whatever, go next round.
We've been a core 4 now for maybe 4 months, and then we've just picked up a new player supremacist, which we've had now for probably about a week and a half, 2 weeks. So pretty new, pretty fresh roster. But yeah, there was definitely a learning curve when we came in for sure. I was a lot fresher. The core 3 players, Ed, Pan, Sawyer, Twent, they've been together for quite a while now. They've had a lot of success as a 3-man core roster, and they've kind of taught new players and brought them up. But I think now we're clicking very well, and everything's new. Supremacist has come in, and he's learning pretty quick, which is good.
Well, obviously, me joining partway through the season kind of brought back the old AZ roster that did the Stage 3 quals last year into the Oceania Challenger League. It's awesome being back. We're all a good group of mates, and we play a lot of time together, so coming back and playing with them, it's kind of familiar in a sense, so playing with them makes it a lot easier to play.
I think that sometimes the team can get a little bit tilted when things aren't going their way, but it's something that we're improving on. I mean, if we're being really honest, our team is pretty much like a ranked stack.
I'd say as a team, we are a little bit sort of on and off right now because we don't really have that much comp experience together. But I think especially last week against Odium, that was probably one of our best games. And as we grow together as a team and learn new strats together and learn how to play off each other properly, we'll be pretty insane.
The core of our team is a ranked stack, so that tilt factor will be there, but we're working on it and it's getting better.
At the start, not gonna lie, I feel like we're gonna steamroll everyone, but obviously the first couple of matches was a bit rough because I mean Khan and Clutchy came from Valorant, so definitely a bit of a learning curve there, but they're not bad players, just not really used to this comp environment. When Worm and I stepped in, we kind of like knew how the game was played, so kind of fill in the gaps a little bit.
Yeah, I think objectively Odium is probably the best team in the league. They're coming from Oceania. Altered Zelos surprised me, especially when they beat us. They like that banana guy played really well. I didn't know he was that good. Underground was also pretty surprising because I had never heard of any of their players prior to playing against them in this tournament, and they've done pretty well. So they were probably the most surprising roster.
Our games have always been quite chaotic and quite unpredictable, but apart from the ODM game, which is the one we took a big loss on, and then there was the Cafe game against the Kings, which we didn't have anyone playing. We had a bare bones sort of roster. We've actually had a lot of strong wins, so we're looking quite confident going into playoffs.
Altered Zelios kind of only like to play without structure. They play without an idea. They go into each round and they attempt to play it like it's a ranked game, or they attempt to, they don't like to think about what a different way to approach a defense is or what a different way to respond to an attack is. They kind of they go, okay, they're pushing here, let's run at them. And for that reason, Altered Zelios do win games for sure. That's why they're at the place they are in LPL.
Oh, well, obviously Odium is the one team that gave us a good beat, and they're obviously a bunch great Oceania team, obviously a bunch of awesome players. So it's going to be a tough one, but honestly, if we play our cards right, I think we can give them a good sweeping, hopefully.
I think my opinion is Team 7 is the best team in LPL at the moment. Very talented individual players. And for that reason, I mean, Team 7 play the exact same as Underground do. They play the exact same as Altered Zelios does. They just do it better.
Just gotta play a game, if we show up on the day, should be fine. If I don't drop a donut, should be all goods. Try to hit my shots, not worry about Phoenix Room or Celia whatsoever, just mainly on myself. As long as none of us bot out, we should be fine, yeah.
Altered Zelios, honestly, that's a team of friends, and if we're being serious, that can be extremely dangerous when they have the team communications and the energy flowing.
On the last round, it was we basically threw like a 1v4, but at the end, Clutching went through a rotate through Mem, got stuck in the rotate. Campo tried to go res like a 2v1. Clutching had dropped the kit, so when he tries the res, he picks up kit, can't res Clutching bleeds out. Campo gets shot while resing, and we lose the game. Had that round not gone like that, is up in the air, but that round loss was pretty at the time we were pretty tilted about that because we lost the round to someone not being able to res and another person getting stuck on a rotate. I mean, you can't count Altered Zelios out, but I think realistically, especially now that Odium's playing with their proper new 5 core with Supreme, like they'll win. It's just not. I don't think it's likely that Altered Zelios will win.
So for the finals, I'm kind of expecting the Team 7 boys to go up over the Underground boys. The Team 7 guys are just some of the sharpest players in the region, so I wouldn't expect anything less from them.
How to do nothing. Gaming is a great way to do nothing with your mates. Best part is, you can pretend you're in the NBA. Even when you're in your stepdad's garage.
「なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えているぞ。
さて。
お。
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Cthulhu. We are locked in for the top 4.
Oh yeah, we do get plenty of fun tonight, and honestly I'm quite excited to see.
Regular season over, it is all best of 3s and best of 5s here on out. We need to crown a champion.
Team 7.
Good luck to everyone in the playoffs, yeah? It's definitely going to be like a fun time.
Drop, they're in! Straight through! Absolutely destroyed!
Underground Esports Club.
You know, we're here to prove everyone wrong.
3 seconds, he needs to relocate the free fire. Is it going to be good enough? Yes, it is!
Odium Esports Club.
If we want to just run at them, you know, we can do whatever we want.
Yeah, but KJ finds the angle, so does Test, but it's deadpan. And Test done, and he's good.
Altered Zelios.
You can definitely expect to see us in the grand final.
As well. Right through the wall from Snip.
Tangible ground presence as well, ground floor. It could be a big issue.
I see that. Silly for 2. In a great spot for him as well. One Claymore raining, but it's too little too late. The Jiggle Peak. He's going to look for the kill. He gets the kill onto MML. And do they?
experience precision.
Tango in my sights.
Now it's time for new belt Nitro single, and he fell for it. He's looking to give coverage for his teammate, right? Can he lock it down? Yes, he can, but the swing's in. Triple for Shaq. No time. Pun has to swing in. Jordy's pulled up. He's on it. Around.
Camera in position.
Get behind me!
Tango located.
Hostiles in sight!
Three teams currently remain, and by the end of our next match, only two will be left standing going into next week's grand final. Because I mean, Team 7 kicked off the night with a hell of a best of 3, took it down in a big way. But you know what else? You guys can take it down in a big way too. We've got a giveaway going on. Remember, make sure you keep tweeting in at us, and we do have one of those tweets on the screen for you at the moment as well. Remember the question: who do you think would be the most fun at a party, and why? And well, Pants has gone for the opposite approach. He said anyone but Thatcher, because unless you like billiard balls thrown at your face, and if you think that's a good idea of a time. Plus, he also shuts down all the music, all the lights, all the fog machine, everything.
That is a wrecking machine.
Just don't invite Thatcher to parties. He's also like the oldest, no, one of the oldest operators.
Yeah.
So what he's doing at your party is a bit confusing, but look, it is what it is. We've got another one there as well. Monty, because he can block unwanted people from coming into the party. I rate that. That's good.
That's big brain idea.
I mean, you can't fight that bouncer.
Yeah, you can't fight him. You can't go past him. It's just, yeah, everything just doesn't allow you to get in. But look, I mean, regardless of the memes, I am curious for this meme circuit that is about to unravel in front of us. Ultra versus Odium, the two teams that, well, one currently part of Challenger League, the other one already managed to promote themselves from the Challenger League to the Nationals, and Odium has been seeing a really good evolution in their performance, and the recent addition of Supremacists as well to the roster does kind of push this evolution even further.
Yeah, I mean, before LPL Pro, the last time these two teams faced was Stage 2 of OCL last year, so it has been a while since they've frequently played each other. But look, let's get on into the match, of course. Up first, coming into this matchup, Odium, a team that is storied, historied in ANZ, one of the greatest success stories in the scene at the moment. You talk about the three-man core: Sawyer, Ed, Pan, and Quent. You talk about the names that have come through with them. Geordie, Mitchie, unfortunately, they haven't stuck with the team. We look at Cairo coming out of last year. Now with Wildcard Gaming, he's now they've brought in Supreme, they've brought in Logic. This team has gone from success to success, and I have no doubt that they will carry on that trend.
Absolutely, yeah. A team that has seen many great moments and very little sort of downfalls, really. Certainly looking to take the first position even in the playoffs here. But first they need to get past Altadelius, a team that has seen some interesting performances, but we'll touch up on them in a little bit. But Odium, yeah, look, a very skilled, a very talented roster of players.
I mean, look, they've played 2 stages of Nationals. Both stages they've finished top 4. And in fact, their latest one, they finished top 2 overall. So this is a team that is, I mean, an absolute powerhouse in the scene. They've finally locked down their 5th. They had some time to practice with them. So, I mean, this is looking like it is going to be Odium at its strongest currently.
Absolutely. I mean, we look back at even the interview that Logic gave as well. He fully acknowledges some of the strengths of each one of the teams, but ultimately Odium lads are still very much keen and comfortable in their own success, in their victory. And, well, we've come to realize and understand how important it is to be confident in your plays, in your ability to win. And well, already Team 7 were able to demonstrate that very thoroughly, so now it's down to Odium to demonstrate their own.
Well, I like Odium comfortable and confident in their structure, in their strategy, in their team. Their opponents are confident in a different way. Confident in the chaos. It is Altered Zelios, Banana McKenzie coming back to join the roster after a hiatus. Rice, Fakers, and Snip. Look, I think the biggest problem for this team tonight will be Snip and his PC. No, just Snip's PC. Snip is not going to be a problem.
Yeah. Snip has been a menace for quite a fair few matches, fair few rounds. But all in all, Altazelius, yeah, a team that was able to just find a great just strides for themselves, and kind of being able to reform their old roster has given them a breath of a new life, new fresh air, and they were able to do it in absolute style, going any further. And I mean, Fakers as well, the most recent addition to the AZ roster, was just a fiend.
Yeah, he's been just that. I mean, they've just looked so good this stage of LPL Pro. They've been on the rise. They really have, and that rise has led them to this point. They are in the semi-finals. They have Odium standing between them and a grand final spot. And I mean, look, after the last couple of weeks, just look at them. Look at them. They're stacked. They're ready to go. They are cool kids indeed. Banana, he's getting himself ready. I don't know if he's made dinner yet. He was talking about creamy chicken and pasta.
Well, he's
the chicken and bacon pasta. There we go. So he's currently getting it all done and dusted at the moment. Carbo loading before his marathon best of 3 match here tonight. But I mean, look, let's break it down. Keep it simple. What do these teams need to do to win?
Look, on the side of Odium, I reckon is just be comfortable in their plays, be confident and comfortable in the way how they organize themselves, how they control the momentum from there on. It's basically all aligns itself for themselves. On the side of AZ, embrace the chaos at this point. Look, they've been dipping their toes a little bit. This time it's just full send, full body splash into this absolute chaotic nature that they've been able to channel.
Well, let's look at the figureheads, the ones that we're most keen to watch coming into this matchup. Of course, I mean, it's two relative newcomers. Supremacist new to this Odium roster. He's sort of bounced around nationals. He's finally found himself here. Mackenzie, new but old. He's coming back into this roster after a hiatus. He was one of the OG members of this team. Now that he's back, he's been an integral member of the team here in the pro competition. They are going to be big factors in the matchup tonight.
Yeah, one freshly introduced to the roster, one is coming back like a prodigal son. And understandably so, look, AZ have a good set of opportunities ahead for them. And I mean, whilst yes, still very much a meme team, still very much a team that, well, not a whole lot of people would usually take seriously. And that is something that they've been very much enjoying. So not a whole lot of people take them seriously. They don't take themselves, obviously, seriously. And it's been their biggest weapon, really.
Yeah, but I mean, look, biggest weapon may not be the deciding factor in the matchup tonight. Of course, the vetoes are going to play a pretty significant part, so let's dive on into them. Not quite a mirror matchup, but same 3 maps, a slightly different order. We're going to go to Villa first, then Cafe. Clubhouse will remain our decider. We're finally going to get to see Villa. We didn't get to see it in our first batch, so I mean, it's still tracked.
Look, I mean, I will say that I was rather ecstatic that I wouldn't have to see Villa initially in the first BO3, despite the unfortunate result. But look, hey, we still get to see some really good matchup. And I mean, Villa for Oceania has been actually a pretty good map to play on.
Well, let's have a look and see how things go, of course, and how the maps have played out for these teams so far this season. Oceania a little bit more concentrated. Now, keep in mind, they had 2 bye wins, so the maps weren't tracked, but they've had success on Cafe. They've had, what 50% win rate, but they've had success on Clubhouse and Villa as well. So they've picked up wins on all 3 of the maps that they're going to be playing.
Yeah, so all perfectly done and dusted, albeit again, I believe against Odium they received quite the spanking, and so understandably so, well, some of their track record would be tarnished, but on the side of Odium though, they've been pretty clinical for the majority of the things, 100% all across the board, and that is only for Oregon.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 2 other maps that were not included, again, buys, unfortunately. So they've lost Chalet, they've lost Villa. So we don't really have too much of a grand picture of what these guys are capable of, especially going into Cafe, going into Villa, going into Clubhouse. So we've seen Villa, but again, they've made it into the grand finals. They're a nationals level team. I don't necessarily think we can read too deeply into a single Villa loss.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Look, it gives us a little bit of a confidence and, well, not confidence, context more so, for a map like Villa, saying that AZ might be feeling a little bit more confident on that map to bring out their chaotic nature. But here for Odium,
you talk about chaotic nature. Look at Logic. Just
what's happening with Logic's lighting there?
This is the Joker arc. This is the Joker arc that we've been waiting for. Banana, he's getting his chef on. He's getting himself cooking. Look at him. He's a natural. And you got to hope that he's doing it right though, because if you do it wrong, you might start crying at the start of the match, which you wouldn't want to see.
He seems all pretty solid so far. Not too wrecked by the onions, but look, honestly, I'm keen to see what AZ will cook up on the server and what will be the end up result of the chefing adventures of Banana.
Oh, look, of course, the man, he's made it, multiple meals throughout the competition so far. He's given us an insight into everything. But believe it or not, the meal itself was chosen by our head admin, Broken. He was the one who made the call, gave Banana the pointers, everything that he needs to. But Cthulhu, it's time. We are ready. Let's get into it. Villa up first. We're heading to the Italian countryside. Unfortunately, the idyllic scene, the peace, the serenity is about to be broken in a pretty significant way.
I mean, after all the chaos, it's back to all the peaceful times, really. So nothing too bad, too critical there for Villa just yet. But I'm very much keen to see what kind of chaos we might just find out here. Because, I mean, we already seen the French shotgun from Banana on the defense, and it was used to quite plentiful amounts. We've seen already on the side of the previous matchup, we've already seen a anchoring Kavira and a roaming Cade. So, I mean, how much can we push the absurdity envelope?
The absurdity envelope, like, I don't know if this absurdity is necessarily the name of the game, because, you want structure, you want stability. And speaking of stability, if you want a stable gaming mouse to get yourself into the comp scene, get yourself into gaming at its finest, check out the Roccat Kony XP gaming mouse. It has 15 programmable buttons with 29 possible combinations that you can be running, so make sure you check it out. Unlimited gaming potential at your fingertips. And Finka and Amaru banned out immediately, and it has been a point of talk, of conversation in the Rainbow Six scene. What does it say about a team that cannot cope without a Finka?
I mean, it just means that they leaning too hard into the crutch of, or rather into the idea of being able to reset that damage. The fact that, they still have quite a fair bit to really learn up upon, and sometimes, well, on top of that, the LMG as well. 20, yes, that's my man right there, the inside man. But look, yeah, LMG meta is at all-time high. And I mean, there's been even the talks and all the trash talk about certain players, like what happens the moment the LMGs get a massive nerf? What happens to them? Because we do have occasionally seen rather the I suppose the one-trick ponies with those LMGs, with those kind of either Sophia or Finka mains on the attack. In a similar vein, how back in the early days the Ash mains were frowned upon. Now it seems like it's the softened Finka mains. But yeah, without the Finka, look, I don't think that Ultrazillers will suffer too much from it, given that it's their ban and they're ready to embrace this sort of a problem. For Odium, on a few occasions, look, it's been kind of the fact that they were leaning into the Finka picks, but out of all the operators, or not operators, out of all the teams rather, I'm not too sure what's happening to my brain today, I doubt that Odium will feel too much of a damage from that Finka ban.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were comfortable enough to lean into the Amaru ban speaks to maybe some flexibility available to them. I mean, this is going to be such a great indicator. Both these teams have Stage 2 rapidly approaching. Well, I don't actually know when it's coming, but one would imagine that the Nationals and CL will be kicking off within some time in the next month. So they will be gearing themselves up for that. And this is going to be a good tester going into that level of competition.
Perhaps, yeah. Could be a good set of experience. Good possibilities for learning up on certain setups. But for now, Logic is looking to go in for the push already, trying to hunt down this hunkering down or roaming Marshall player around the Astro stairs, runs into a completely other one, gets to finish him off. Meanwhile, I'm still confused. How is Snip alive amidst all of this chaos?
Poor Ben, unfortunately dealt with, as is Rice Logic, coming in swinging here in round one. No real surprises there. This Odium roster, when they hit the afterburners, are a pretty potent stack of players looking to clear things out. They've taken Classic. They are a minute into this round and Supreme is on the site. He's on the hunt. He's looking. He's deep in trying to find gunfights. Eddie's going to be tagged a little bit. Will be finished off. But Supreme in the site with Logic there to help. The plant is going down and Fakers. No idea what has just happened. He is still in Classical. Can't win his gunfight. And Logic does the full circuit. Starts the round off. Closes it out.
And that's one hell of a way to kick things off on the attack. We've seen a interesting turnout from Team 7. It seems like Odium looked at this whole setup and was like, okay, just send it. And they did. Perfect play off the back of a Jackal as well, and certainly...
Wrong team, Eddie. Come and plays for Antic. They didn't qualify for playoffs, unfortunately. But
still,
look, we take it as is. 80 frames, that's a bit rough.
That's
in the comp game. He still found 3 kills that round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Just shows that the game is absolutely cracked, even when on a lack of frames. But Odium, kicking things off really nicely for themselves does mean that Ultradil has already been put on a bit of a back foot, really, for their performance. Could be signaling for that early point gain for Odium that they could completely spiral out of control, really, in their favor. I mean, out of all the teams, I could see Odium make this a sort of a 7-2 kind of scoreline, but again, this is basically judging off the very first round of the very first map, so can't yet make those statements, I suppose.
Well, we see the Odium pocket pick coming in paired with something in the similar vein, not just the Ying and the Candelas, but the Blitz as well for Twent. Pairing that with the power of the line in the hands of Eddie. There's a lot of information to be gained. Ben looking to get aggressive over towards Garage. Snip there covering Astro. But so far, again, Odium not really revealing too much off the start of these rounds.
Yeah, they round around a little bit trying to find a good pressure point, but nothing just yet came off it. They're just trying to clear out the area all around the building. But in comes Twent, already looking in to get himself on board for the points. In comes the push. No, Eddie is the one to find the kill into Banana. Twent battling almost for his life as he had the shield, unfortunately not as protective as one would have hoped, as Twent already dropped quite a fair bit of HP, and now the swing comes around now, trying to channel the inner Hunter games, but the lineup, and Snip actually able to find a double. Doesn't show that. Well, Azelius might just be able to get on board themselves here in the early stages.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen the first round. Odium, I suppose, getting a bit ahead of themselves here in the second. They find the kill on a Snip, answering back the 2 that he found. The scan come out as well, the pings through. They know that Rice is down here on the bottom floor, rotating through. Eddie, what a headshot. He is on for the ace currently. 2 more kills with his name on them.
Eddie certainly is a player that could do absolute work here. Paired between himself and Sawyer, and add a little bit of an effort from Logic as well. This could be a rather dangerous trio to absolutely decimate the ranks of Ultrazelios. From a round that could have gone firmly into the hands of AZ to now a round that could be completely overturned by Odium. Still a minute remaining, and Odium very much still has all the utility to force themselves directly onto the site. Logic gets a confirmation that nobody's in the bar, so this could be the big pressure point to really play around.
Zombie door. He's going to rotate himself up. Eddie, the man on the job when it comes to the diffuser. Mackenzie close left on the door with the ult, but Eddie, he books himself 4 kills in the round before he falls. It is Mackenzie with the ult that can't do a damn thing in the face of Logic. 2 rounds to kick Villa off.
Oh, man. Already off to a swift performance by Odium. So far, it's been good. Logic reappearing once into the light and back into the void. The man is channeling some sort of a dark magic as he is able to summon some very peculiar stuff.
Making a deal with the devil, as it were, potentially. Someone was lurking around behind him. I don't know who it was. I couldn't quite see in the darkness. But we're in round 3. Dining room and kitchen here in play. Snip might be falling prey to his own hubris.
Yeah, rather the last thing that you would want to see happen, as Snippy, or rather his PC is rather notorious for playing the imposter among the whole roster of Altazelios, but alas, well, hopefully they will be able to redeem this sort of issue that has been arising. Back into the swing of things, and
defenders, protect your bombs from
he's back.
Yeah, no, he just took forever to load. He's there, he's on the webmate, but again, kind of slots in quite well to the roster. I mean, it's a dining kitchen. You will tend to play the webmate on this site, so I don't think you're going to be too caught up about him taking so long to load and defaulting. Legion in play, Thunderbird there as well. I mean, look, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, plus the MP5 as well is a great weapon to use. So I reckon this is all fine and dandy. Plus, I mean, amidst all of the operators that they have brought out, some sort of a projectile denial is necessary. So Omai is far from being a bad pick. Well, rather auto pick. On the side of Odium, Ying is no more, but we do see the doubling down on that aggressive nature. And I mean, each one of those operators could be big. C4 is out. No, Banana, well, his C4 gets dodged here by Odium.
Eddie not having a bar at the stables, going to be safe for the moment. Unfortunately, whatever wildlife might have been there, or tame life, either way, whatever might have been living there is probably not there anymore. You'd hope they would have evacuated before they set the map up, but right now that is not our concern. Kitchen and dining is Logic again, straight into the building, straight and above, looking to set themselves up for the verticality of it all. And look at it, they're just not contesting.
On a roll, yeah. Uh-oh. Snip. Yeah, that's the last thing that you would want to have happen. Supremacy is already doubling down. That's Mackenzie out of the equation as well. And the 3v5, look, with 2 minutes to go, this is rather, well, dire turnout as Soya gets the better of Banana. That's Fakers as well, gone. Deleted one would even say, as Logic, well, gets refragged, but already the damage has been dealt in plentiful amounts, leaving all down to Rice to try to salvage the round in one shape or the other, but it's all looking rather, well, dire and, well, lacking any sort of promises really here for him, or rather for Altazelius, period. So the Stans does manage to drop the diffuser. Can he drop another one? That is a whole different question because, well, still 3 players remaining and a half a round to go.
It's loading up towards him, half the round to play. Eddie on the plant, and Rice looking to rotate around to where he found that kill not too long ago.
Attackers are
Doesn't care, but doesn't want to make too much noise. The Goo Mine gives away the game. Rice tag heavy. Unfortunately for Twent, he loses his life before Supreme can step up and close the round out in Odium's favour. Unfortunately, not the hero that they needed, but the hero they deserved.
Indeed. Well,
who's that with him?
Not too sure, but
now, I'm probably wrong, and if I get it wrong, there's a good chance he's going to roast me. That did look a little bit like Oda.
Oh, curious. Oda in to come for some mental support.
Potentially, look,
maybe a bit of a friendly roast. Who knows? But look, at least Odium so far were able to keep on scoring rather convincingly. So far, it's been a clean play and not a whole lot of contention really from AZ.
Speaking of contention, next Friday, 10th of June, the LPL Pro Clash Cup will be kicking off. Make sure you check it out, 6:30 p.m. AEST and 8:30 here in good old New Zealand. Make sure you check it out. A lot of action coming your way, very exciting stuff. And it's on the Let's Play Live channel. Tech pause rather, done. We're back into it. Snip is now back in the server. Let's kick it off.
Let's kick it off indeed. So far, so good. 3-0 so far for Odium. They are looking to absolutely nail their performance. They've seen some performances from Altazelius. They fully acknowledged it. And even Logic himself pointed out, not a whole lot of coordination and a whole lot of chaos. And as soon as Odium are able to shut down that chaos right at the root of it, well,
I don't know. I don't know if that's an apt statement. They rely on coordination, hand-eye coordination more than, you know, team coordination. But look, respect where respect is due.
True.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Altazelius, though, they look. whilst you compare them to somebody like maybe even Odium or maybe even Team 7 to a certain degree, yes, there is quite a fair bit of a chaotic nature, but there's still quite some nice coordination within the players and the chemistry certainly there. But compare it to Odium, and yeah, that's two completely polar opposite sides. A team where they rely on the coordinated play and a strategical kind of setup against the team that very much thrives in that very much of a just all over the place nature. And well, exactly that. Rice he's all over the place and able to catch Logic on that push.
Mackenzie tucked himself into bedroom here. I don't know if he was spotted off that the RC was just coming to its tail end, but he will back himself out of danger for now. I have to say though, Vasily, I have an immense amount of respect for Snip, someone who is not entirely sure whether he will remain in the server from round to round, still going for spawn peaks, still looking to be aggressive. Unfortunately, the aggression from Ben doesn't pay out. They lose him and the smoke with 2 minutes still to play.
Absolutely. Already, speaking of out of the play, Fakers is getting the better of Twin. So far it's been a good set of trades, more so favoring Ultazelius, given that it is a 3v4. We've seen Odium pull a pretty solid comeback previously, and they are a team that has been quite known to be able to pull some very massive comebacks, but already with players falling left, right, and center, it's all down to the one, the only Edpan to clutch it all out. Nearly finds a frag, can't even do that. Crossfire ensues, and well, the rest is history. The first round on board for Ultazelius after a 3-round streak from Odium.
I mean, just see Snip round to round. It's almost like he's like, I don't know if I'm going to be in the server, so let's just full send it so that at least I can have some impact before I do potentially DC. And I mean, the rounds that he's been involved in a big way.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, in general, Snip has been a big playmaker for Ultazelius. I mean, even on the highlight reel, the man being able to nail a player on the new balc in Cafe through the wall, just already managed to play for a huge, showcase of either knowledge or timing or luck, or maybe a little bit of everything. So here certainly all of those traits will be very much needed.
Good round.
Good round, yes. Well played.
Mackenzie claims it for himself. Look, you take those where you can.
I think it more so points towards just get good in general.
Actually, yeah, look, not wrong. Not wrong. It's all mental. It's 95% mental, as a great man once said, and Mackenzie is leaning into it.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Shout out to Specker. I missed that gamer.
Look, he'll be back at some point. I mean, if Nico can come back and coach, surely Specker comes back and coaches.
Attackers are moving
True.
to defuse a bomb.
Specker would actually make for a really good, just mental coach. He's a unit himself. Well, who is not the unit is Banana so far. The man, the Agent 004 so far, just unable to find a whole lot of wins, a whole lot of frags either. So far we'll be left kind of I'll just look. I have a pretty white skin on the gun, so I'm just gonna be happy with that. And well, maybe he's just waiting for the food to be cooked.
Well, unfortunately, McGed Good Kid is dead. He's 1-4. Rice trying to avenge here. He's being hit with the Logic bomb from Eddie. Weird that Logic isn't playing Dockerbee, but look, you can only take so much at the moment. Poor Ben, Agent 004. What? Rice with the turnaround of the Twin. Twin had the freest kill of his career, and Rice says, not today.
Oh no. Twent's a bit of a oopsie, could possibly cost, at least the flank game from Odium, but still got 4 players remaining and still got 4 players to rock and roll. Snip tagged up, Rice tagged, but finally Snip is able to emphasize and find his own frag onto Supremacist. Eddie ready to absolutely jam it all out, nearly pulls a 180, but gets overpowered there by Banana. 004 no more. And he's ready to absolutely fiend it all out. So is Sawyer. Between himself and Logic, they have the health advantage over Ultazelius.
In a pretty big way, but Fake is the way he's been using that MK14 might just be the one to equalise this right now. So much time left in these rounds. An impressive amount of time and freedom for Odium still. Attacking into AVG. I mean, look, there's any number of options they could go for here.
Already another gunfight does erupt. Logic a little bit hitting that bot walk, but does at the end hit the shot onto Banana. Completely turn him down, and well, it's all down to Fakey Wakey to try to make a play here. Could be going for a quick cheeky drop down as soon as the heat about start mounting in. Surely that's the time for him to make that drop to make the play, but it could generate a little bit too much sound. Swing comes in, that's one. No, can't connect the transfer, and well, Sawyer is the one to win it all out.
Power of the numbers game, that's why you play for numbers. You play the trade game, you're inevitably going to win it if you're up in player count. Oh boy, 4-1 start so far for Odium. This new five-man roster is really starting to hit its mark. Ben, he's still cooking in between the breaks. He's still getting the food ready to go. Maybe it's a case of he's just not got the fuel in yet. Once he starts eating,
Exactly,
maybe a break between the two maps, and we see this go to a third.
They're saving attack for the meal.
He snack, then he attack.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
That's the one. Look, I mean, you're already getting that, the a little bit of a slower start to his engine, but certainly shows the promise. But I mean, already it's round 6. Banana might want to get to cooking a little bit faster, maybe go instead of a bit more of a cooked through meat, maybe go for a bit of a rare choice there.
No, we're not going medium rare chicken. We don't even talk about that. Look, I mean, this is a team that has used attack pause to go to the bathroom. So, it does not surprise me at the thought that maybe they attack pause so Ben can get a bit of munch on. But
I mean, they already did it before.
Look, I'm not surprised anymore by anything here in LPL Pro. The weird and wonderful tends to happen. We are going, as Logic just pointed out, third time is the charm. We're back on Aviator Games once again. Mackenzie this time looking to get a bit more aggressive, but unfortunately it doesn't look like anyone spawned over there.
What a shame. Does spot one, that's a down. Sawyer downed and finally finished off as well. Instead though, Eddie does get the better of Fakers as well. In comes the full rush, but it's a mowdown as well, possibly. I say that though, Eddie finds one, there's the shotgun as well, completely blinded. It's an absolute flurry of kills, line up after line up, 1v3. Twent is the last man standing out of a blue and already being contested against.
Buddy.
No, runs out of ammo in the mag, and yep, that's a Pokemon. That's a ball, and well, that's a win.
If I'm gonna die, you sure as heck coming with me, Snip says. Like they're absolutely stoked with that one. Well, look, not a bad round at all, and that was the power of the Warden. The smoke, they thought they were covered, courtesy of the Ying, not to be. He lines it up, he cuts it down at the knees, and all of a sudden we're at 4-2. Not nearly as bad a half as it could have been.
Not at all. That's still very much of a workable half for Altadelius, albeit they are now going onto the attack, so things might get a little bit dicey, but I say that we've seen some very peculiar rounds to come around, and Banana already bringing out the glass. Certainly could say, oh, well, you wanted to play for smokes, let me show you how to do it now on the attack as well.
I can do it too. You're not as cool as you think you are.
I mean,
I have to wonder if, like, Glaz and Warden in the Rainbow Six program get along, or if they hate each other.
That's a really good question.
One question for the Law Masters. Maybe we'll have to see if anyone really knows. But right now, we are into round 7, second half underway. And the scary thing for Zelios is this is Odium now going onto their favoured side, being defence, on a, again, map that leans more towards the defensive side.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, Villa does require you to be a bit more extra cautious when you play on the attack, given the sheer abundance of the positions that you have to scout out to get past, even get close to the actual site. Logic looking to do the same thing as what Banana been trying to pull off previously, but at a slightly different angle. One that could actually work out and could find a good momentum, but unfortunately for him, that's not the case. Maybe Fakers might be on the receiving end of that if he won't be too careful, but the silhouette does show that, well, the Zofia player did opt into staying for a little bit of a longer time. Oh, the position, no, actually, the rubble actually covered that.
There's potential for the jump out too. If he pops out this toilet window, might just find something, but no, he's been scouted on the drone, so he will have to forsake the position for now. And Mackenzie off doing his thing, the chaos demon that he is. He's down in the basement on the Jackal, hunting, lurking. looking for any possible opening.
Should be able to spot the footsteps a little bit. So that rotation has been done just recently, and there we go. There's the tag coming around. Fully scouting out the position. They know about one player's whereabouts, but can they get rid of this presence up around the red stairs? That's my question here, because, well, some damage to Sawyer has been done. Logic finally actually found and taken out by Banana.
No.
And here comes another set of swings as the man just frantically keeps on spraying the OTS 6.
You can't be indulging him like that. You can't let Ben get these sorts of kills. It's just going to do absolute horrendous for him. Look, yeah, okay, the push up the stairs not quite as successful, but I mean, you can't be letting Ben get kills like that. His ego is going to inflate. He's gonna be too big for his britches, and we're gonna see him play nothing but glares, which I'm not against, to be honest.
Yeah,
but
true. At this point, that whole push towards the main stairs was a little bit, well, not main stairs, but rather the entry stairs was rather butchered. Supremacist as well pitches in, gets rid of Mackenzie, which does leave us with only a Flores and a Glass, a rather unconventional duo, one might say, but a frag grenade out, and oh, yeah, caught with your pants down. Supremacist as well, copying himself yet another frag. It's all down to Rice, and so far, Odium are looking like they're about to pull an even bigger speed run comparative to Team 7's one.
fortunately, Lose Fake is there, so we might have a bit of a rehost potentially coming in. Actually, no, we should be able to pause it going into the prep phase, so before the prep phase, the pick phase. It's done there, up on, oh. Okay, whatever. It wasn't a kill. Rice should have been dead, but he's somehow still alive. Never mind. Eddie's on the job. Odium, yeah, look, they take the first round of the half. They go up 5-2. They're not letting a minor hiccup stall them out.
Not at all. Making sure that that's all on the way, all due for completion as much as possible. Ultazelios, well, once again, will need a little bit of a brief moment to get themselves reconnected, but so far so good. I mean, yeah, all smiles all across the board. By the way, we did get a confirmation that Logic is with the boys, Oda and Juicy, I believe, supporting him from the back, from the sidelines. So
I don't know how Altazelios can compete with that level of support staff.
Yeah,
like that's just
yeah, insurmountable.
I mean, it's Juicy, like it's the Don, man. Like that is. Surely we can talk to the admins, make him to play left-handed, because that level of buff is just not okay.
I mean, even the chat actually knows, according to the predictions, 95% going to
Altazelios. A 95%
oh, sorry.
to 5.
Chat does not know. Chat, they don't know.
All right, so wait, hold on. How many voters were there? 8? It looks like 8 voters. I don't know. Either way, it was a pretty one-sided affair.
Yeah. Bit of an oh no moment.
But I don't know. I can't do maths. I can't add it up. It's just too much. Broken, I'm sure will know.
Yeah. Look, Broken himself is already in awe about these kind of predictions. Chat doesn't know. Chat is
never doubt the AZ stands.
Chat is not sort of knowers. But we finally do, I believe, get Fakers
look
back.
at that, the frying pan action from Ben.
Oh, look at the flick.
Yes, chef.
Okay.
Yes, Chef Banana, indeed. But we're in. We're ready to go. The round is underway. All 10 players still in for now. 5-2, we head to split for the defense for Odium here in the 8th round, of course. A couple of changes. But, I mean, again, it's what can AZ do here to get themselves some more rounds on the board?
Look, for AZ, honestly, it's quite a difficult question to really ask, given that so far it seems like they've already tried to play for Hunker Down. They tried to play for a roam. Both of these setups have been completely rickrolled by Odium and completely shut down in every possible way. Assuming that now they just need to attempt to play just all for solo skill.
Yeah, I mean, look, this solo skill at the end of the day is quite impactful, and I have no doubt that Cthulhu. One of these things is not like the other. It's Sawyer. He's very hurt.
Bit hurting there, but this is but a flesh wound. In the grand scheme of things, we've already seen Majestic, who was able to pull off a nice solid double whilst being basically at a death store. So wouldn't be surprised if same thing can be done here by Soy. He's just here to give a little bit of extra help maybe for Oceania, maybe make them feel a little bit better. Who knows?
Well, and look, maybe it's, you know, okay, that could have been interesting. Maybe it's just, you know, Odium's way of evening the playing field. Fakers has already dead the line, immediately removed courtesy the shield in the bathroom. Logic SMG11 worked the first time, the second time was a bit iffy maybe. Third time is the charm. More drones coming in, looking for the Rotero will clear a shed out, and he will still get away because no one covering that angle. Pulls out the shotgun, and a horrific sight that he's on it currently. But they know his position, they are hunting him. He's not going to give it up. I say that and he does,
yeah.
But look.
Still. Man can do what he wants. He's a gamer of the highest level. Ed Pen. Okay, hello. The live drone's supposed to be, by the way, ahead of you, Nook. Just as a suggestion to Rice.
Look, I don't know who to criticise more. Eddie, like, literally, that was a last-second peripheral spot. And yeah, not checking your corners there, unfortunately, for Rice. Rice will spell his doom. The push has already been successful into the bathroom. Eddie tagged, Twent going to aggress. Oh, finds two options, but none of them are good. And all of a sudden, the answer back, we're at 3-3. Make that a 3-2 as Supremacist gets involved with that Org Logic shotgun in hand, close left. He's going to swing into Astro, but can't quite get it. Two players down, Supremacist alone. It's Mackenzie versus Supreme, two highlighted players in this matchup, going toe-to-toe, but Supremacist gets the kill, and we are on to map point.
Already. Felt like we just a couple seconds ago just started the map. But Odium are here to completely wrap it all up. Well, it seems like maybe, just maybe, Team 7 will just get their wish granted to them, given the so far domination that Odium were able to instill here onto Oceania. And Oceania so far are seeming they're just here. Look, yeah, we'll play it out.
Let you kill me, by the way.
Oh yeah, all right.
Well, yeah, look, we'll take your word for it, Logic.
Yeah, right.
But, I mean, look, the operator shift has happened. Now going into the night, the Capcan, Kavira, Oryx in play.
From here on out, I'm going to call this the Worminator Special.
The Worminator Special.
Even though Chef Jeff did it before, I'm calling this the Worminator Special, just so that Chef Jeff would also at me saying why.
Isn't it the Deptra Special? And, I mean, he was on the receiving end of it, but, yeah. Okay, Supreme just lurking in the basement, full rat mode engaged.
At least he's using the Kavira in the right way, comparative to Worminator.
As opposed to Anchor Kavira,
yeah. So at least he understands the the role of the Kavira to the fullest. Albeit, it's all for legal reasons. This is a joke.
Yeah, you can play Kavira however you want, regardless of whether or not it is wrong. But Supreme, yeah, he's just going to keep himself moving, doesn't want to hold down in one spot for too long, lets Eddie scout it out. Logic, again, aggressive in this laundry hold right now. Oh, Eddie, he's looking for it. He wants it from Study. Any information, he's going to go for that peek attempt, but no, nothing there. He's going to back himself down. Here's the double downstairs being opened up into the main lobby. I don't think he's going to find much there either, but I mean, it's just sheer aggression from the side of Odium. Logic is unwavering. Like, this is just, it is spitting into the wind, but he is here for it. He wants, this is the ego peak. He says, come on, swing me, I want this.
Bringing hell online.
Oh man, just as I was thinking that, I get to, have a relaxing old man talk about the strats, the setups of Odium. Logic just does this, whatever that was, and yeah.
Man forgot he wasn't playing Alibi. Tries to imitate a prisoner. It doesn't work because he is smoked for one.
Refuses to elaborate any further and proceeds to, not really get into any sort of fight.
Man just walked away. We never saw him again. But right now, I mean, just Alta Delios, the hesitation. They're just so scared to try and make this push. Because, I mean, look, understandably, you're down 6-2. You lose this, we're on to map 2, and you're at a disadvantage. But They finally get themselves in. Mackenzie is in laundry. They are looking to start making this push, but you look at the offsite presence, you look at the flank potential that Odium is sitting with currently. This collapse is going to be lethal.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Could be quite big. Supremacist as well already. Finally out of his, suppose, room, out of his lair, but not for long. Shut down, so, well, you can stay in the lair for however long you want. Fakey Wakey is there.
Oh, Sawyer.
Well, Sawyer is just absolutely murdering everyone left, right, and center. Snip is gone. It's all down to the Ash player of Altazelius, and we're just about to, well, hit the conclusion of Villa just like that.
Oh,
and
Pokemon
ball to the face.
You respect it for Twent, but it is unfortunately not to confirm the kill. Fake is fed 1. He needs 3 more. Looking for the wallbang, not to find it. 30 seconds now. And Odium will look to lock out Villa and take us to map 2. Fake is barring some miracle play. Spotted through the vert. He's in a world of hurt, in a world of trouble. Somehow sneaks himself through. But Odium, they're pulling back. They know that they've got the opportunity. Logic will shut it down. Map 1, it goes to Odium. They need 1 more for grand finals.
There we go. Yeah, quick, clean conclusion this time. No waffling around. And well, a 7-2 half of the BO3 all done and dusted. We get 1 more at least of the maps, but it seems with the way how Odium has been playing it all out, it's looking to be a rather quick venture.
I mean, the QC boys top of the table, 11 and 11 kills. The only thing separating them is a single death. But I mean, again, it's Odium. They're coming into this. They understood what they needed to do. They did what they needed to do. Despite a couple of rounds going the way Altered Zelios, it was only 2. I mean, that's doable.
Sure,
you 100% take those at the end of the day. You can afford to drop them. But the sheer domination, round to round, the gunplay, the individual skill that was shown, even the slight recklessness of going for those off picks of the blitz, which worked far better than it had any right to. But, I mean, Odium, it just shows comfortability.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Comfort is in full swing, and confidence on top of it all. So far been looking pretty good. Altazelius, yeah, look, unfortunately Villa record has been now fully tarnished for them, and well, unfortunately they don't get to keep it at 100%. But look, I mean, it was still a pretty decent showing. Albeit one would have wanted to see that more than just 2 rounds would have been acquired, but it is what it is, suppose. But we do get 1 more map, and I do believe it is Cafe. But Cafe, look, I mean, with the way how so far it's all been done and dusted by Odium, I don't think we're going to be seeing Cafe for long, really.
I mean, again, this is what we expected. It is that disparity in skill. Yes, Altered Zelios have looked good, but it is still a second-place nationals team. They are stepping up against the biggest team in this competition, and to think, that Altered Zelios are going to come in this and absolutely stomp, I mean, that's foolish. That's just foolish. Anyone who thought that, look, we admire it, we respect it, but it's foolish. That was never going to be the situation. Odium, they just understand. They know what they need to do. They've got it locked down. They go into our next map, Cthulhu. Do we see a third?
Look, there is a very slim chance of that to happen, but look, all the tools to Altazelius. Apart from that, look, I'm starting to feel the Odium train to be in full speed now.
Odium no longer on Kofi. When we come back after the break, of course, we jump into Cafe to see if, well, this team can book themselves yet another LPL Pro Grand Final spot. We'll come back very, very soon.
Tell to do nothing. Gaming is a great way to do nothing with your mates. Best part is, you can pretend you're in the NBA. Even when you're in your stepdad's garage. How to do nothing. Gaming is a great way to do nothing with your mates. Best part is, you can pretend you're in the NBA. Even when you're in your stepdad's garage.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from the break. Odeon, they pick up map 1, Villa down. Unfortunately, Kafulu, we now have to jump into the in memoriam section of the broadcast. Rest in peace, Repix's 72,000 channel points that he bet on Altered Celios.
Oops.
Unfortunate, unlucky, but anyway, forget that. Let's get on into it. We've got another tweet here, Cthulhu, to discuss what's going on. Who do you want at the party? No question, Warden, that man walks with so much confidence. You don't know how the night will end. Look, understandable. The man's got swagger and style. He looks pretty good in that suit.
Yeah, the style, the swagger, and pretty much all the knowledge and all the skill sets needed for the party. So that's a really good one. That's a pretty good response. Well, there's still plenty of opportunities to score those 2400 R6 credits. You just need to keep on tweeting at hashtag LPL R6S and tagging LPL_R6S, I believe.
I mean, you might not have that many opportunities.
Yeah.
Because Odium, if they win this map, we then have to draw. Look, we got another one from Jacko Castle, so he could lock people in the party room and not let them leave. I don't know if that's a party anymore or a hostage situation.
Prank?
Yeah, look, that one. The police will be showing up either way, but yeah, look, it's how they react after the fact. But map 1 done. Odium picks up Villa. Altered Celios they've picked Cafe. We're going to Cafe. Do you reckon it being their map pick is enough?
It might be enough for like a 7-5 scoreline, but I think 7-5 is still going to be in favor of Odium, given the sheer caliber of their play. I mean, given the fact that Odium were able to quite confidently keep on scoring the points. They were, for a good reason, on the top end of the leaderboard back in the Nationals as well. So, understandably so, they would be a team that is a rather scary unit at the moment, given there's no Nationals, there's no Championship Series, so everything so far is looking like, well, they're here to absolutely smash out their performance and then, well, send it.
They're here, they're feared, and they're ready to go. Let's get on into Cafe. Dostoevsky returning there once again, Cthulhu. It just feels like not too long ago that we were here. Cafe, Villa, back to Cafe. Let's kick it off. Let's see if Altered Zelios can take us to a third map here in our second semi-finals. Or let's see if Odium will book themselves another grand final spot.
Indeed, yeah. Odium, look, they're a team that could certainly do it with a refreshment off, and introduction rather, of Supremacists. This could very much be that very case. I mean, it's a team that has seen quite a huge evolution. And whilst, yes, we already see Banana, you know, getting supercharged on the food, it's still, I feel that it's going to take quite a gargantuan effort to halt the Odium train at the moment.
Yeah, bans coming through. Finca and Armory last map. Thatcher for Odium this time, so a little bit more straightforward, a little bit more in the serious. Yeah, logic doesn't need luck apparently. To be fair,
yeah, right.
The way he was fragging, understandable.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's definitely a way to do it. Yeah, once again, Finca banned out, but it didn't really hold Odium at a whole lot. So, I mean, it's a good effort. It's a worthy, you know, operator to ban out. And given that you probably would want to get rid of a fragging crutch, because he needs Finca. Oh no. But yeah, Finca ban. I feel like she will become a much more prevalent ban soon enough, given that I don't think there's the LMG nerf that is coming yet, so teams will start looking for ways to shut down the sort of LMG heavy gameplay.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's not even the biggest nerf coming through, let's be honest. The silent crouch walk going to be a thing of the past, and I think people are a little bit more upset about that one, honestly.
Yes, I'm very much looking forward to that.
Oh, all the sane people are. Like,
oh, yeah.
Everyone with half a brain is like, yeah, we probably need to get rid of it. It's a bit busted. But let's get on into it. Odium on the defense. Third floor cocktail lounge, as you would expect. But, I mean, Wemai let through on this defense. They'd have the pairing potentially with the Jaeger. They're not going to go for it here. They're just going to lean into the Wemai. So, I mean, look, all the indicators of a very, you know, well spread cookie cutter setup again.
Being diffused by attackers.
And at this point, really, there's not a whole lot of creativity really needed. The way how Odium been playing, they need basically just bare bones real setups for the sites, because the rest of their gameplay is basically just frags. Organized crossfire frags. And on the side of Altered Zelios, look, they are having a little bit of a struggle, trying to find the right weight, the right kind of momentum, and the angles as well on top of it all. So it's been kind of just all over the rover, really. But biggest thing really for Odium is the fact that they have been built up from the very same kind of position initially as...
Honestly, I think Odium needs to stop shooting soy. That's the second time now he's got the shot to the leg.
Man.
Poor bloke, he's just getting bullied. Oh, Supreme, the old smacker angle, unfortunately not finding much of anything. Pull back himself off for now and relocate. Oh, Eddie.
Eddie. Fortunately, doesn't find the angle and already slipped past his prey, but Mackenzie now starting to crouch walk up the stairs. Well, we're speaking about the whole, you know, crouch walk nerf. Nook will finally become viable in terms of her being able to suppress the footsteps whilst being crouched, so more Nook plays? Question mark, maybe? Possibly, perhaps.
Well, I mean, look, it's not like we have seen a notable absence of her. She has been picked. I mean, you see a lot of her on Bank, you see a lot of her on Cafe. I mean, you're seeing more of her on Oregon nowadays as well. All those big sort of, you know, heavy roam potential, heavy flank potential maps. Even Villa I think we're seeing a sort of across the board more Nook play in general. But right now, first minute in, they're looking to try and clear Logic out. It will be a successful kill, courtesy of Ben, who drops himself straight back down to the first floor, looking to rappel up onto the ceiling.
Very nicely done. Good scouting game as well, distracting Logic as well. So a good beginning here on round number 1. Altazelius, yeah, look, they are certainly looking a little bit more prepared going into the Villa. I see that though. Spearmans also well already finds the frag, and so far so good. Now Altazelius just needs to keep on holding, keep on playing for those safe angles, which have been bringing in a very plentiful amount of harvest, but Twint has something to say about that, and that is a down onto Snip.
Can't confirm it, unfortunately, but Ben going in will fall as well. Twint able to finish off with the opening provided by his captain. 3 versus 3, but Eddie being tagged as he is means he's got a bit of a deficit. 1 minute left in play. They're gearing themselves up for that push.
So far, so good. So that Twint and Eddie have the angles to hold on. Could very much be able to halt the advancement of Altazelius despite the initial good set of frags, but in comes the push, in comes the swing, and yeah, Sawyer manages to catch Mackenzie completely off guard, with him not expecting that a player will be able to hold the position around the freezer. Farms up another one. Can he find the 4?
Oh,
he does!
Sawyer!
Sawyer with a quad at the beginning of Cafe completely shuts down any sort of chances.
The man, the myth, the legend, Jesse Sawyer Lando for 4, the captain of the team. Look, it's one of those situations, Eddie's, he's just so lost in it. It's just one of those situations, if you can't expect your team to show up if you're not willing to do the same.
Exactly. I mean, Sawyer, just a man of many talents. He can lead the team, he can make those strats, he can frag as well.
Logic's name has been slandered a little bit there.
Defenders, protect your
but look, let's be honest, Sawyer has had a little more experience at the Nationals level than Logic has. But no, look, this team, Odium, they're incredibly capable. They're a powerhouse roster as it stands. But that was one of the talking points that we had last year. You know, if Sawyer's fragging, something's going wrong.
I mean, actually, with that case, kind of a similar curse, and on the side of Altazelius, if Rice is fragging, something is wrong as well. But so far, I mean, Rice is not fragging, but neither is the rest of Altazelius. So, I suppose take it as how you want it.
Not for lack of trying.
Not for the lack of trying, yeah, it's just for the lack
necessarily up to there.
Yeah, for the lack of opportunities, yeah, really. But
oh boy, that is a hot situation. Hopefully they don't punch the door out, because that could be.
That would be quite funny.
Yeah.
Well, you say dangerous, I say funny, because to me, look, at this point, any form of buffering will be quite entertaining.
World's worst party popper. Coming to stores near you right now. Logic is contemplating it. The roaming aggressive smoke, looking for anything. Wants to maybe make a play of jumping out, but we can see 2 rappelling up towards the roof, another one heading over towards that, VIP bakery area. The drone's as well coming in, so he's going to be spotted. Ben and Eddie go toe to toe, both walking away. Unfortunately, Mackenzie will not.
Neither will Banana as well. The man just doesn't get to really show up in any shape or form, and whilst, yes, the drop down has been all successful and they did manage to run it down the red stairs, at least to the 2nd floor, well, everything else has been kind of all fallen and completely just decapitated, really, in any shape or form. Odium so far just looking strong, really, on their performance, and they know it. They're full confidence in their ability to win. They've been talking about this for pretty much every interview that we had, whether it's Logic or anyone else, and well, confidence so far has been a great, almost a weapon, really. Weaponized confidence? I'll take some of that.
As opposed to weaponized incompetence. We luckily haven't seen any of that tonight. Yeah, but confidence is key. Eddie, just smooth as butter, swings out and cleans up Rice. 2 players now remaining. It's Fakers and Snip. Call it, do it, send it. I don't think it's going to do much to the round right now. It is firmly in the control of Odium. 2 players to try and make some miracle happen, but a 5 versus 2, 4 versus 2 rather. with limited to no, in fact, no hard breach whatsoever, is a tough prospect.
Still waiting for the verdict from the jury of Oceania if they want the TK of Supreme. Oh no, that's a bush from the smoke grenade. And Supreme lines up a double. Fully waiting for that drop down. My goodness, that is kind of disgusting.
Yeah, look, they were well aware of the positioning. They knew exactly where the threat was coming from. Eddie, he's absolutely lost in the sauce right now. He's riding the momentum. He's experiencing the high. He's communing.
Is that
with
like
the spirits.
coconut water?
I have no idea what he was drinking.
That must be a good water.
Yeah, maybe it is. It's not copium, I can tell you that much.
Yeah. Definitely, I'll need to inquire with a gamer. Still, what is the drink? I might need to cop some. Maybe a couple pallets as well. But round 3 is now upon us, Panda. We've seen so far a rather dominant kind of turnout, despite some initial shortcomings in round number 1. Round 2 was borderline almost flawless from Odium. And usually we see kind of a degrading performance from one or the other team. I am starting to think that Odium are just looking to keep on improving more and more with each every round here on Cafe.
Yeah, I mean, it's that snowball effect. The further it rolls, the faster it gets, the more it picks up, the momentum just accelerates and compounds, and things get worse and worse for Oceania. I mean, to be fair, we did see Odium up 3-0 before Oceania finally got themselves around. But at this rate, I question whether or not we will get to see much more than we got last match.
Yeah. This time without the crutch of the 1.5 times scope, Supremacist is looked to get into a bit of a spoon-peeking business, but oh boy, yeah, that's a full-on send, full swing. Did we see this?
Oh my God! Oh no! Yeah, look, Twit he kind of felt like it was going to happen. It is Fakers left alone. Eddie's on the hunt. He's going to take some big damage. That's a Nitro Cell! And we've seen both sides of the coin now. A very successful rush and one that didn't even get past the doorway.
Yikes. Bit of a unfortunate turnout there for all the zealots, but I mean, kudos for the effort, I suppose. But yeah, that was a great lineup for the Spaz 15 to be fully utilized. Log, yeah, sweet, thank you.
Yeah,
like it's not yet the new season. Albeit I'm very much frothing at the idea of not only we get Azami, we get Sense as well, and we also get a plethora of all the different changes, including my most personal favorite is that screen shake fix. Oh my, that is going to be great.
Yeah, look, Ben might have been making creamy chicken pasta with bacon. I think Twit was making burgers there because he minced them. They just read that perfectly. They knew exactly what was coming their way. They had one player primed on that reading door. They swung out exactly as the door popped. They had 2 others covering the same doorway. Fakers, look, he got what he could, but unfortunately it wasn't enough.
10 seconds left before
Supremacist is for he's hungering for it.
He wants that.
He's got a yearning. He wants the spawn peak.
He wants to get. Oh, why did Team 7 were allowed to do that? Why can't we be allowed to do that? Okay, the answer is AZs. They build diff. They won't let you get the spawn peak, but they will still give you a round.
Or we might go for another alternate option.
That has been missed as well already.
There was one a little bit deeper that they could have gone for, but now, nah, too late. Will back himself out. They're all up onto the roof. It's the Odium show right now. Ultratelios, what do they need? All they can do is really just hang on as tight as possible.
Yeah, they just need to basically just
hold on, enjoy the ride.
Yeah, enjoy the ride. Try to hold on for as long as you can, and well, maybe some form of a miracle will really happen, given that things so far been looking rather dire. Albeit at least good response, good quick opening and a breach into the minibar. But I mean, where do you go from there, given that quite literally, well, Odium already keeping on contesting from the very beginning of your entry into the building, with Eddie getting the better of Snip as well. That's not the operator that you want to lose. That sledge and the frag grenades all gone without any sort of usage.
Yeah, they got a lot leaning on this last Rotero for Rice. If he can't clean things up, clear out some of that key utility, they could find themselves in a lot of trouble. Supremacist below Eddie, just under the hatch, almost spotted ahead there. Not to be. You can see Zelios getting themselves in over towards top red. Supremacist playing towards hell right now. Oh, look at the vert angles through that hatch. That's filthy.
Yeah, kind of a bit disgusting, kind of a bit naughty there. Supremacist is looking to get a little bit extra cheeky, knowing that Odium has it, knowing that the rest of the team can keep him covered. Eddie and Log continue to decimate the opposition as all the attempts were absolutely futile at peeking from the cigar shop. Eddie already on a triple. Can he find the fourth? No, maybe Supremacist is the one that's going to steal it. No, Eddie is the one to get the frag.
Poor Sawyer.
Poor Sawyer just gets doinked and completely bullied out of existence.
That's for stealing the 4K in round one. Not on it. Not happening. Not okay. But so far, yeah, it looks like we might get back-to-back 2-0s in the semi-finals. Team 7 versus Odium on for the rematch in the grand finals. But this time round, Cthulhu, you know what wasn't banned out? The men's special, the Armoru.
Yes. Very excited to see if the Armoru might be able to be the key for at least that point on the board for Zelios, because, I mean, Odium did give a couple of rounds back on Villa. Cafe, I don't think they are looking to play any sort of charity. They're just here to just completely just wrap it all up and shut it down.
So the community vote last match was 95-5
That's
in
correct.
favour of Zelios. This time it's 85-15 in favour of Odium. So a pretty violent swing at the end of the day.
I mean,
understandably, justifiable swing.
Justifiable swing indeed, yeah.
But this time around, the game is calling it. It reckons that Altered Zelios might get a bit of a favourable start. It's calling the 5 versus 4. We'll see if it's true. We'll see if it knows. Is the game actually aware of what's going on?
Nowhere.
Is it self-aware?
A sentient Rainbow Six, that's a haunting idea.
It's an oxymoron, especially when you're talking about, you know, the community. Self-aware. Not something that tends to be the case in casual Siege players. Not necessarily true. Comp players, they're a little bit more onto it. But right now, Supremacist, he's aware. Hey, look, at me, do it. You won't. But right now, Supremacist, he's looking for this opportunity. It's not going to present itself.
I feel like Ultra Zelios at this point just feeding literally everyone else the frags but Supremacist just to bully them out.
Yeah, look, you can't feed him. A single death each for the side of Odium. Eddie's tucked into the cocktail corner right now. He's looking for it. Jules, triple swing, in fact. Overwhelming by the numbers. They will kick it off with a kill on to Eddie. They know that he is that much of a threat, that's how all Supremacists. Yeah, look, you got to be careful there, champ.
Got to dip out of there real quick. Log, meanwhile, inspecting the chairs, making sure that they're all in, pristine condition. Will be waiting for the push down the white stairs and could really find himself a nice frag. C4 prep, though. Oh, it's almost easy. Know about the quite an explosive situation prepared and ready, but as it stands, whilst yes, Edpan did go down, not yet over. We've seen Odium set themselves up really well, and a Supremacist once again could just basically rotate over to watch that drop. Shotgun is ready though for Logic to completely pull out his opposition.
First victim, the drone. Player towards brown stairs, lurking his way down. An angle onto Log would be huge. The drone's there, toxic canister throw on. The intuition there for Logic going to pay off. He will clear out the drone as well, but his position to the left is in a bit of danger. Oh my lord!
Okay.
Just a straight line across Ben's face will be his undoing, and all of a sudden, in the final minute, we're back at 4-4.
Just like that, he just makes it work. Another smoke grenade is out. One more remaining in his pockets. Logic is able to keep on holding the progression in the rather early stages here. And again, push comes around. Oh, Twent nearly panics there, but decides to take on the force head on. And he does that in style. Now the last remaining of that push is happening around the hatch and the push in the garage. 3v3 though is in play, and Logic is ready to blast the opposition away.
Oh what a swing from Twent. One kill, one down. And it should be a confirm for Logic. There it will be, in fact. Snip on the job in the backside of the site. Swing it in, can't do it. Unfortunately,
Pistol duel as well.
No more SMG11 for Sledge means that it was going to be a rough time in the best of situations, but once again, Odium, they will keep the train rolling.
Odium went from being on Copium to now giving away the Copium to the opposing teams. They are an absolute menace, and I mean, already being on a 5-0 scoreline, this proves to be a rather quick venture into a BO3 land. We were talking about, oh yeah, we could be seeing, you know, a 1-3 mapper, maybe both of them. Nah, both finishing in rather demanding scorelines. UG is out. Ultrazelius are only 2 rounds away from being out as well.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Unfortunately, even quicker fashion than Underground were. Which, I mean, again, sets up for a rather interesting grand final. You know, is it that disparity in skill? Would it have been a different story if we saw the matchups different? But what we know for sure, look, Odium, they're going to have a bit more fun with this one. Not just the Thunderbird, the Doc there as well. Twent back on the Kavira. But I don't think we're going to get out of the rush.
I mean, honestly, I'm actually quite hyped for the possibility of a Team 7 versus Odium. Because then forms a whole new storyline of, you know, the new developing talent that is basically shining with the abundance of it against a team that is already talented, already experienced, and about to polish this talent even further. So, no matter what, even despite the loss for Team 7, I reckon they already made their mark on the competitive scene yet again.
Oh, 100%. Big damage as Eddie goes outside, unfortunately. He will fall, but I mean, look at the damage that he did to both Snip and Rice.
Plentiful.
Ultrazelius also banned out Thinkers, so they are stuck for the moment, unless they can find one of those. Oh, okay, Twent, buddy. Nice try. Unfortunately, not to be.
Rather unfortunate there for Twent. No more Kavira plays. Can't channel Inner Worminator. Will be forced to now leave the rest of the team at a 3v5, but again, well, one would hope that they would be able to emphasize off the lack of HP for both Lion and the DKB. The rest of the team will have to get on board too. Banana, Mackenzie, Fakers as well will need to spearhead the push whilst Rash and Snip to be on the back lines. Prone shot by Sawyer could possibly find himself a frag, maybe a 2 if he's economical with his ammo, but with a minute and 50 seconds to go, it's a bit of a combo for the Storm before we get to see any further action.
Yeah, unfortunately the unmetered aggression that Odium are looking to shut this round has been stymied. I'm reloading. But again, they've held on with less in the past. So just because there is a deficit of 2 does not mean that it is over by any stretch of the imagination. Especially when it's Logic, Supremacist, and Sawyer looking to hold down. Sawyer white stairs, the scan to come out. He's going to swing the stairs, finds Ben, shuts him down. Plant underway, courtesy of Snip. Sawyer falls to the LMGE of Mackenzie. Supremacist finds him, answering back on the ankles. Plant down, successful 2 versus 3, but the health bar's that much more in favour of Odium. Currently the scan out, Supreme falls. Rice hits the head, and it's on Logic to try and clutch up. He spots one, misses the shot, will confirm in the second attempt, but does he know that Fakers is close to his right now in train? Shotgun out, he's going to pump the wall, he baits out the shots, and now he does know. Spots Fakers, shots connect, but not enough to go for the kill. Stun grenades out, he swings right, Fakers swings left. He needs to get this kill, he's running out of time. Stun grenades, and Ultrazelius know that they need to play the clock. He's not going to be able to do it, unfortunately. Can't even get the kill. Fakers with a pistol, execution to the dome. Big round there to close out the half.
He even pulled a 360 as well before swinging. The man is just a menace.
Boom!
Danger. The boom pow, pew pews, and all that mess. I don't know.
Oh dear. Well, a 5-1 half. So it's not a complete lockout there from Odium, but they now head on to the attack. Logic is immediately hovering the armor route. 2 rounds needed to book themselves a grand final spot, a place that Twent, Eddie, and Sawyer have been before in this competition in its earlier iterations. So, look, I think they're going to be glad to be back.
Certainly, for Odium, they will be quite ecstatic about the idea of being able to get into the grand finals here too. Get themselves on board for possibly claiming the first place in LPL Pro as well, just dominating all the levels of the competition with an OCE. seeing what can be done. 5-1 scoreline, though, definitely is not looking particularly too favorable for ANZ, albeit the defense should be nice and much more comfortable for them to take on. But I say that we get to see Eddie bring out the Iana, Twin on the Hibana, Supremacist bringing in the Ying and the Flores for Soya, plus, well, Log bringing in the Amaru, but we don't care about that.
Eddie already taken some chip damage early, I would imagine, again, courtesy of Snip. Prisma outside, from the looks of it. No, actually it was a run out from the Christmas tree door. Look, oh, the dash. Ben gets himself out of danger for the moment. Aggression, you love to see it.
Good job. Good getaway. So far, so good. Pretty clinical from the man himself. Looking to keep on doing even more damage. Rice down to outside. What are you doing, mate? Down and out.
There's two of them. What are they?
There's two of them in there. And Fakers and Banana, meanwhile, do manage to find their own frags here. I'm assuming that was a complete drop down. What is happening? How is this allowed?
He's in the side. He's got too many people to worry about. Finds two before he inevitably falls, but Logic is in. Brings it back to the 2 versus 1. Snip and Ben, I mean, a 1 versus 2 is well workable. We've seen Logic clutch this up before. Clears out the barbed wire, but it's all a misdirect. He's relocating, wants to get himself somewhere else. I would imagine to make that Gara hook go to work, potentially even that cigar jump up. And yeah, attack pause for the bathroom arm. Yeah, and there we go. Straight up into Cigar Lounge. Looking to pressure onto the site. Has a minute 35 to work with. What a time. Spots the player towards Pixel. Ben just dancing around, looking for his angles. Logic caught in the hip. Knows that there's one on site. One over towards Pixel. Spots the player on site. Snipping a bit of danger. He's not going to be able to get it.
No,
what? He's reloading.
No,
He's
mate.
on the hunt. He's got nothing in hand. It's a knife fight. No, Ben gets involved. And Logic, unfortunately, doesn't have arms long enough.
ANZ ecstatic about the round win, the way how they did, and look, Logic may be a little bit molding that he couldn't get the knife fight that he wanted, but look, it was a little bit of a kerfuffle.
Honestly, I'm surprised. Isn't Armory like one of the tallest women operators in the game?
Maybe.
I think it's like her and Gridlock are the 2 tallest female operators, and the fact that he couldn't, he didn't have the arm reach to get the kill.
Yeah,
that's a bit odd.
Unfortunate there. Well,
unrealistic. Nah, not having it. No longer a realistic tactical shooter.
They said they needed a toilet break.
They're taking it now.
Has Banana just swapped the seats for a different one?
I think he was calling it for fakers.
Ah, right. Okay, yeah, that would do it. Banana just actually gave me the bro look.
I don't know why fakers didn't go, because he was already dead that round. But look, who are we to judge? Supreme going to make the most of this opportunity as well. Another round on the board for AZ, despite how messy it was.
I mean, it was technically also fed by Odium to a certain degree as well, given that rather audacious drop down.
Mild discrepancies.
Yeah, mild, very mild. Look, I mean, going into the next round, there's still full possibility of that 5-2 though. Scoreline is a bit more workable for ANZ. 3-round differential here. Still could very much be overturned completely, but can say that Odium, once they do get all serious, this is where the scary part starts. This is where we could see a rather quick conclusion to it all. And it's very much just the case of Odium kind of toying with their prey to a certain degree.
Just a little bit, Ben. He's going to be picking up the Echo this round. Not the Supernova, but look, we can forgive him for that. Yeah. Obviously, grand finals on the line. You don't want to be messing around with any, shotgun shenanigans. Right now, speaking of shenanigans, Mackenzie, he's looking for something down here in the dining room. Oh my lord, that is a very small angle to work with, and there are 3 players rapidly approaching it. Mackenzie misses the first opportunity, can't find a second. He gets punished and downed as well, in fact, but they don't know. They have no idea that he is down.
Oh man, yeah, that's not particularly what you would want to see, but it's still already quite a problem, given that, yes, he will be revived, but in the next iterations of the gunfight, it's only 20 HP that you can flex around, so gotta make them count. basically, for Mackenzie. But on the side of Odium, look, they are very convincingly just continuing to chug on throughout the whole of Cafe and not really caring a whole lot about what could be ahead of them. Face checking whilst, well, there's still 1 or 2 drones still roaming around, but apart from that, it's all relatively simple, kind of geometry and simple play from them.
I mean, again, Banana on the Echo, it's worth remembering, one of the only players in our region to win a 1 versus 5 without firing a single shot. He got the Sonic Blast off, denied the plant, won the round on Clubhouse, sitting in dirt tunnel with a barricade in front of him. I don't think, though, he's going to be able to rely on that here too heavily on Cafe.
Yeah, I mean,
it's possible, but I don't think we're going to see that play out again.
maybe later down the line, maybe next round.
Potentially, we'll see.
Oops.
Spoilers,
So far,
script leak.
Script leak. Look, I think we already leaked plentiful amount of script at this point. I don't think damage will really matter a whole lot. Twin, though, will be not feeling particularly too happy about the result. Mog, though, does able to find his own frag. That's Fakers and Snip now out of the equation amidst all of this chaos of breaching. 55 seconds remaining, though. And, well, Twent keeps on doubling down the vertical gameplay so far, working out perfectly here for Odium, and Altazelius are left questioning as to what the hell do they have to do to stay alive for longer than just a couple of seconds, and it's not even being allowed even here. Log makes it a match point, series point, and, well, 1 round away from the grand final.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, Ben not able to go for the 1v5 again. It was a crisp, clean round. Odium just wasted no time. They got each objective along the way done, and then they just fragged out to close it out. Flawless going into this round, obviously securing not just the map point here, but setting themselves up for the series point and grand final spot on the line. Kitchen is going to be the reattempt here. Twent back on the Monty. Potentially.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, I could be keen for Twint on Monty.
Attackers need
not
to
sure
locate
how
and defuse as many bombs
viable
as
it
they
will
can.
be given just the sheer accelerated push taken so far from Odium, but Monty would still make pretty decent work of it all. Given that you could also use him as kind of a secondary hard breacher as well for whatever needs necessary, given that the hard breach is currently being introduced to the roster of Odium. For Altazelius, look, after the sheer amount of thrashing that was handed out to them, they seem to want to retry the bottom site once again. So,
10 seconds left.
All the power to them.
M10-14 Pulse in. Oh, okay, they're leaving a little bit late here for the last couple of reinforcements. But yes, it is Shotgun Pulse tucked into Bakery. So his drone just outside that double. So I wonder how much information they've actually got on his position, because I don't think he's got a lot of room to work with. Also, speaking of room to work with, we have not just the Monty in play, but a Carly there as well. When maybe moments away from trying to bully Ben right now.
Twent could very much shut things down. Actually, I don't think he spotted the man at all, which could be quite funny. If that is the case, already Supremacist gets the better.
Oh, no, he hasn't.
Oh, yeah, he hasn't spotted. That's the Monty gone, but no, already shut down and completely overtaken. 2v4 is upon us, 2v3, as Odium continue their crusade in a very dominating manner.
Eddie as well, ripping the F2. They've got some great guns to be able to do the shock drone tag, and Mackenzie will be forced off his position with the help of Eddie as well. They're starting to open up this Bakery with the help of the Selmas and that Lance, of course. They've got great timing. They've got themselves the openings. Mackenzie looking for a flank if he can. There is a monumental amount of effort required here if Altazelios want to keep themselves in this semi-finals. They need to be hitting shots. They need to be forcing up and getting the kills. But Eddie, he's there. Logic tucked up close. Sawyer looking for the default plant. Justin behind the chassis. Coat room rotate here from Mackenzie. I don't think it's going to be enough to find the angle to deny. He does just spot it, but it's too little too late. Finished off by the Nitro, but unfortunately Rice revealing his position results in his death. They know where one is. Eddie covering, and it is done. Dusted, locked in. Odium versus Team 7 next week in the grand finals. What a match that will be.
Very much excited for that. Look, unfortunate for Altazelius, they could not progress any further, but suppose they had their fun, and well, that's all that matters at the end. We did get a little bit of a cooking stream, but at the end of it all, it was all an Odium domination. I mean, what a play, what a run that they had so far.
I mean, look, if nothing else, they've locked themselves in for next stage. Top four
basically
do not need to worry about having to requalify. They are locked in. They are then invited back, of course. So, I mean, look, minimum, they walk away with some money.
Yeah.
They're locked in for next stage. Honestly, this is about as good as it can get.
Definitely, yeah, and it's still a good turnout for Altazilius overall. And I mean, they managed to still show us quite a few heater games back in the group stage as well. So already, well, if they do want to, you know, get serious about the roster, they have already all the baseline for it. So certainly there's still quite a fair bit of potential, and understandably so. Well, going into the next matches, yeah, well, one would hope that they won't get lined up like this by this past 15.
Yeah, I mean, it's looked very good since, you know, confirming that Supremacist is a locked-in part of this Core 5 going into, obviously, next week. That is going to be the biggest test so far as this Core 5 roster going up against Team 7. But, I mean, all the pieces of the puzzle were there. Everything was great. I mean, even the rounds that they lost was, again, more because they were like, you know what, we know we've got this. We've got it locked in. And speaking of locked in, it is one of those grand finals. Let's get Logic in here for a chat. Look, mate, congratulations into the grand finals. You take down Altazilius, you're versing Team 7. I mean, look, how's it feeling?
Yeah, it's feeling pretty good, actually. I don't know. We kind of expected to say we kind of just showed up and killed them, and now I'm here. I don't know. It wasn't as difficult as I thought it was going to be, but yeah, I don't know.
Fair enough, fair enough. Look, I mean, you guys now get to verse Team 7, a team that has been kind of seeing a bit of a uprise, you know, a little bit of I suppose, a gem in the rough yet to be shaped. Is it still going to be basically same stuff from you guys, just the usual day in the office, or anything spicy that we should be expecting?
I don't know, like tonight we kind of just picked up whatever we wanted and ran at them. Hey, like, probably going to do the same thing against Team 7. I really don't think you guys will see anything special or outstanding. You'll kind of just see us running at them and seeing what happens.
Well, we saw what happened, unfortunately. You know, Armour's arm's not quite long enough there. Unfortunately, running at them is not always the best option. But, I mean, look...
I don't know. I was AFK for that one. I don't even know.
Yeah, look, sure. No, but look, I mean, look, you guys locked yourselves in as your Core 5. You know, Supremacist being announced to the roster. I mean, you said there hasn't been a lot of time to work with. There hasn't been a lot of prep. But, I mean, you guys are still looking clean. What's it like having him as a 100% member of this roster?
To be honest, it's pretty terrible, actually. He's a pretty awful teammate. No, I'm joking. He did really well, you know, when we trialed him. He did great, and obviously his LPL Pro debut with us was, you know, it was interesting nonetheless. It was the only reason we picked him up was the LPL Pro game. Oh, this Mr. Oda Binky, I mean, you can't even see him.
Yeah, he's a shadowy figure.
Oh, we get a special guest interview.
Yo, what's up, boys?
How's it going, Oda?
Oh, bloody beautiful, mate.
Oh,
How
look,
he's gone.
Give us the breakdown. You know, break down Logic's play, break down Odium. What were your thoughts?
Good eat Logic's comms tonight. Very nice and clean.
Oh, yeah.
Very helping the boys win rounds. I think it's surprised me to pick up a bit, but no, the boys are doing good.
All right. Well, one more question before you let your head off, Oda. You know, going into the grand finals, Team 7 versus Odium. Who do you rate? Who do you reckon's got this?
Oh, Odium at the top, mate. Odium number 1. Number 1 Oceania stage 2 as well.
Oh.
GG, boys.
All right,
I mean, look, well, you can't debate the one and only Oda.Bliss. If he says Odium's got it, surely they've got it. Logic, congratulations once again. Before you let your head off, anyone you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out, you know, my teammates for listening to my obviously excellent communications and, you know, listening to my flawless IGL planning of our attacks and stuff. So shout out to my teammates for that, for, you know, being my little minions. Shout out to all Altazilius tonight. You know, they got a lot of work to do. They clearly showed up tonight, and I don't know, they didn't try, I guess. But they're all really nice guys, so lots of love to them. So and yeah, I'll see everyone at the grand final, I guess.
We'll see you next week, Logic. Look, Kasuli. Look, having fun is important. Altazilius had a bit of fun. Odium, they clearly came in. Yeah, again, I think it was still a bit unfair having, you know, Oda and Juicy in the back line supporting Logic. And, I mean, look, getting the insight, you know, unfortunately, Supreme, he's got a bit of work to do, as everyone seems to keep claiming. But this Odeum roster, they look good. They look terrifying. They look capable. Oda said, top of Oceania, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, there's definitely plenty of the highs to be conquered by Odeum, and I'm certainly quite keen to witness them do so.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, let's see where it leaves us, of course. We started with 8 at the beginning of the season. We whittled it down to 7, then to 4, now to 2. Team 7 and Odeum Esports Club will be taking each other on in that grand finals, a best of 5 next Wednesday. And look, Logic may have said we're not going to be expecting anything spicy, but I think he's wrong. I think we're going to get the spice. We're going to get Team 7 bringing out the unexpected, trying to upset Odeum, and Odeum needs to be ready for that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe to a certain degree Logic was right, that Odeum won't bring the spice, but I'm sure that Team 7 will be able to show up quite nicely. I mean, so far it's been a really solid performance from them. Yes, a couple of hiccups here and there, but nonetheless, still a very dominant performance. And, well, claiming the winnings, so did one of our picks for our Twitter giveaway as well. And certainly it is, drum roll, it's not Legends with no question Warden. That man walks with so much confidence, you don't know how the night will end. Understandably
you can't question
that's,
this.
that's a very straightforward answer.
Warden, of course, he can see through smoke. He can. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he could see into the future, that man. So, of course, congratulations, Legends. The LPL, obviously, Twitter account will be in touch with you to get you those R6 credits, of course. But Cthulhu, it sets us up. Odeum, Team 7 in the grand finals. 8:30, of course, next week. Kicking it all off. A best of 5. Odeum, I mean, look. If Oda reckons they've got it, is there any doubt at this point?
Yeah, look, at this point, the Prophet himself almost spoke, so understandable. But look, I'm still looking forward to it all. I'm still keen to see how will Team 7 really perform, and, well, the future from there on looks to be rather bright.
Unfortunately for you and the viewers at home and myself, we are going to have to wait. Of course, next week, the grand finals, best of 5, Team 7 on one side, Odeum on the other. When we come back next week, we'll kick it all off and crown a champion. See you then.